I then asked those questions. Right, the brochures. Things like the risk that you face, right, when you use what do you call the technology. So where you'll be exposed to things like cancer, etc., etc. And also, I discovered that I had to be brilliant in maths. So that dream quickly diminished. Same as that of being a physiotherapist. And the reason for that is because I did not like maths. I'm being honest. So the long divisions, the multiplication, etc., I did not like that. Right, and therefore, I did not see the value. Why must I do maths? I did not see that value. I kept on asking myself, why must I do this? So, moving on, so I went to the high school, so in Durban, St. Francis College. So it's in Marine Hill, in Pinetown. So Marine Hill, St. Francis College was consistently known for 100% matric pass rate. So, and therefore, one thing that I knew, right, was that I was going to pass my matric. So, at Marine Hill, we were forced, right, that we must do 7 subjects. So, the 6, I knew that I was excelling, right, on those. Then I added maths, but I added maths as a standard grade. So it was just one of those to say, I'm just going to do it just for the sake of fulfilling the requirement, right, of the school. So, as I said, I knew that I was going to pass my matric. But the question, that's just one question, right, that I always had in my mind is, what am I going to study at university? And again, the reason for that is because I was not exposed, right, to what we are going to be exposed to here today, where I could sit down with someone and ask the right questions. I was not exposed to that. I did not have that. So at standard 8, so that's grade 10, I participated in a Shell library competition, and I won that competition. So that competition, it came with a prize, and that prize was a bursary. But later on, I then learned that I needed, right, to pursue a career in maths. So, and guess what? So, because I then decided that I'm going to take social sciences because I'm running away from maths. Right, so I had to drop that bursary. So I had to drop the bursary. So I decided I'm going to pursue social sciences. And the reason for that is because, remember I said my father was a personal manager at Anglo American. And I thought, okay, that's the route that I'm going to follow. Right. So, because of that exposure, right, where I'd spent time with my father, right, during school holidays, I had little knowledge about the career that I wanted to pursue, even then, though I knew that I wanted to do social science. But then I was fortunate. In that when I went to the University of Natal, now being called University of KwaZulu-Natal, right, we had a 2 weeks orientation. So that 2-week orientation, I thought this is the right time. If I don't use this time well, then I would not know what to do. So what that 2-week orientation did was to allow students to attend any class in order to understand what the course is all about. So I attended the various psychology class, sociology class, stats class, and that class, etc., etc. So, and that helped me, right, in terms of then now knowing what I wanted to do. And what that did is that it allowed me to have an exposure to the lecturers to ask the right questions. It gave me that opportunity, and I took that opportunity and I asked the right questions. And therefore, I could then make a decision, right, to say, now, this is what I want to do, right? The clarity, right, in my mind. And that's what I spoke about earlier on, right, to say you need to be clear, right, in terms of when you leave today, what is it, right, that you want to do? And that allowed me, right, to make the right decisions in terms of the programs, right, that I want to pursue. So just a minute, colleagues. Okay, let's continue. But surely, colleagues, you'd agree with me that this was a bit late, right, to be exposed to such rich information in order to make a decision. But nonetheless, I made those right decisions. So if I was not exposed to this information and to these people early or at the time, I'm sure I would not have been here today or standing here in front of you. So further on, again, just focusing on the issue of maths in terms of how important maths is. So I just want to take you again just through the basics. So I'm a father. So I'm a father of two girls. So one of them is studying law at LLB at VETS, and the other one is studying biotechnology here at UP. Right? I'm married. Right? I've got property, and also I'm in this role as human capital manager. So I just want to touch on the issue of how important is and the role that maths plays in our lives. So as a father, and I'm sure we all know this, that kids are given school homework. So the issue now was, so when my daughters come back from school, they will then request that, please, Daddy, help us with homework, and especially the maths homework. So it was a struggle. So I had to depend on my neighbors, right, for assistance. So you need that maths. You need to ensure that you've got that understanding. In terms of home, it's the budgets that you've got to manage. So in terms of your property, the house, the cars, etc., you need that maths. The fees, the school fees that you have to pay. So as the human capital group executive, no one told me that in my work that I will need maths. I'm expected to do reports, right? Those reports are about the calculations. So calculating. So in my department, I've got 107 people. So I've got a budget of about 34 million, right, that I'm managing, right? And I've got to do reports, right, for our executives, for the board, for our shareholders, and all that you need maths. I have to calculate the salaries, I have to calculate bonuses, I have to calculate, it's part of the payroll. I'm responsible for that. But no one told me that as part of this role, I need maths. So, and therefore, colleagues, I'm just trying to emphasize, right, the importance of maths. So, and therefore, in your interactions, right, today, but also going forward, do not make the same mistakes that I made, and the wrong decisions that I made, because I had an attitude, right, towards maths. So, yes, I'm coping, because at some point in time, I realized that I really needed this, right, and I had to learn late, right, so in terms of understanding, right, the maths, and also that attitude, right, taking away that attitude. So, and therefore, colleagues, it's important, right, that you make those right decisions, but where it starts here today by asking the right questions. And also going forward, right, in terms of when you study, just keep that in mind. So in terms of understanding, right, the maths, ask yourself. And also, therefore, colleagues, it's important, right, that so whether you are in science, in the science field, or whether you are those in right decisions, humanities, but where it starts here today, one thing for sure, asking the right questions. And also, so I just want to emphasize that, right, in terms of when so in closing, colleagues, I want keep to that in quote mind. So in terms of Darren Davis, right, the maths, ask yourself. He says there is a difference between being ignorant and being stupid. He says, for me, an ignorant person is someone who makes the wrong decision or bad choices because he or she does not have the proper facts. If you give that person the facts, and the proper information, you have alleviated the ignorance, and they make the right decision. So, and therefore, colleagues, I think, so with the exposure today, so you'll be giving the facts. And therefore, use that opportunity to make the right decision. So with that, I would like to thank you. Thank you very much.
Let's give him one more round of applause. I saw that there were some students who were taking notes, there were some students who were smiling, and there's still some students who are somewhat not really getting the vibe of the fun and technology. But it's okay. So the school that was coming in was Mampochane. Can we welcome them the way we do? Stand up, Mampochane. Stand up, Mampochane, stand up. Welcome to the CSIR. All right, so the most important thing that was said by my boss, he is my boss, he is every person's boss. So the one thing that Mr. Andile said is that ask questions. We are encouraging you. Every single presenter that will be here, I promise you they don't bite. I promise you they're not as cool as me, but they're as friendly as I am. So do ask questions. If it means you just need to give them a nudge when they leave, go to them, ask them how did they get about knowing what they need to study. Because I think when you're at your age, not everything is clear. We all think we're going to be successful. Yes, you will, but you will learn certain things on your way to the road of success. So do ask a lot of questions. And one more fun factor, I told you I'm the fun lady. Instagram, we've got Instagram frames, so we will be hashtagging NSW 2022. So during our breaks, let's take selfies. I like pictures. I'm sure a couple of people around also like pictures. My colleagues would not mind you guys taking pictures of them. So do the trending, do the hashtagging. Hashtag CSIR, hashtag NSW 2022. Let's give ourselves a hand of applause once more. I mean, you guys are the most blessed people because there are motivational talks that you will be engaged in. There is exhibitions where you get to ask questions. Some of the things you guys might have been learning, and you actually get to see the physical sense of what you've been studying within the science and within your mathematics literacy and mathematics things that you are doing at school. You get to see the practical things. So ask as many questions even to the people on the side. These are called exhibition stands. I am going to, before I welcome Justin Harrison, I want to give you a story about him. A very interesting story about him. So Justin Harrison was recently awarded an education scholarship for his research work on laser technology. He is the only student in Africa selected for the scholarship. He will share his career journey and how he came to enjoy math and science. Do welcome Justin, the cool Justin.
Well, that ruined my catch line that I had in my presentation, but no, I'm just kidding. Okay.
It's forward, next, and then that's for back, next.
Yeah, and then laser. Okay, sure, this is an interesting crowd. I haven't presented to young students before. It's normally very scary scientists that want to poke holes in everything you say. So hopefully you guys enjoy my story. So good morning to all the young students here, their parents, my colleagues at the CSIR. It's an honor to have you all here, and yeah, what a privilege. So, my name is Justin Harrison, as you've heard, and I am a PhD student at the CSIR's National Laser Center. So that's me in my lab with all my fancy equipment. And at the National Laser Center, we focus on laser manufacturing applications. So your laser welding and your laser cutting and 3D printing with titanium, as you can see in those two videos. And also a fun fact, here at the CSIR, we have built one of the world's largest 3D printers for titanium. And it's called AeroSwift, and in the picture at the bottom there, you can see this AeroSwift machine and then two people standing next to it. So that just gives you the scale of the parts that we can print in this machine. So that's really incredible. And we also do a lot of fundamental research and development. So what that means is we'll come up with new ideas for lasers, we'll test them, and we'll build them on these experimental tables, and then we'll package them up and sell them as commercial lasers at some point. So yeah, that's me doing some experimental things. And so maybe now's a good time to talk to you guys about my PhD research, what it is that I'm doing at the National Laser Center. So I'm sure we've all played with one of these small little red laser pointers. And these are great for presentations and also for, irritating your cat at home. But they love it. But yeah, if you took this laser pointer and you put it or shined it against your hand or onto the wall, this is what you'd see. You'd see a laser, the light of this laser is in a small round dot. And in the center of this laser beam is a bright spot in the middle. So this is actually a very commonly used type of laser beam. In most of industry, that's what the laser beam looks like. Doesn't matter if you're cutting or welding, that's what it looks like. So in my PhD, we want to move away from this simple shape and look at more exotic beams. So these are the kinds of beams that I create in my lab, and we want to create them at high power so that we can also do cutting and welding and 3D printing with these new beam shapes and see if we can improve the efficiency and, what's going to happen. First of all, no one's really done this. So that's in essence what I'm doing. It's called high power laser beam shaping. So at this point, you might be thinking, well, I thought this was a motivational talk. And so far, all we've seen is lasers and cats and fancy awards. Oh, maybe I should actually, for a second, talk about that. So yes, it's true. Recently, I applied for an educational scholarship at SPIE, which is an international optics and photonics organization. And every year, they give only 70 of these awards out to students around the world. And I was lucky enough to be one of those students this year. And thank you. And what made this quite special to me was, like she said, not only was I the only recipient in South Africa, but in the whole of Africa for this award. So it really was I felt really honored to be, shining the light on optics and photonics in Africa. So yeah. All right, so yeah, like I said, at this point you might be thinking, I thought this was motivational talk and I've shown you a whole lot of things except maybe motivate you. But what if I told you guys that I was actually very bad at maths in high school? Like, seriously. And so that's what I'm here today to talk to you guys about, is my journey and how I got to where I am today and how you guys should never give up on your dreams. So let me go right back to the start. So I went to primary school just down the road at Linwood Ridge Primary, and this is a school photo from grade 4. And just in case you were wondering, that's me. As you can see, I was very excited to take my school photo on that day. And so after primary school, I went a little bit further down the road to Willow Ridge High School. And do we have any students from Willow Ridge here today? There we go. Yeah, it's really a great school. And so I'm going to leave this slide here for now because this is kind of where my story unfolds and where it all begins. So throughout grade 8 and grade 9, like most boys, I didn't really want to do my homework and I was quite lazy. I'd much rather be playing soccer with my friends and chasing the girls and all those things. But I always somehow managed to, not fail in class, but not really excel. I kind of just coasted along, and I was quite happy doing that. But I was always quite a determined young boy, and I always used to tell my teachers and my friends that I'm going to be an aeronautical engineer one day. And I had no idea what that even was. I just thought it sounded really cool, and I was telling everyone this stuff. And so at the end of grade 9, you've got to choose your subjects for the rest of high school. And with this aeronautical thing in my head, I said, well, I should probably take high-grade maths and science. All right. And so grade 10 started, and I still had those bad habits from the past, and I was just kind of cruising along, not really trying too hard. And we write the first maths exam. And I got the shock of my life. I didn't even know numbers could go that low, honestly. And so, I really sat and I thought about it, and, it's going to take a miracle for me to pass maths this year. And, I started to plan this thing in my head, how I'm going to, first of all, go home and show my parents this bad maths mark, and maybe convince them that I should, downgrade my maths a little bit. Obviously, it's not going to work for me. And so I get home and I sit down with them, and my plan backfires immediately. Instead of them dropping me down, they said, you're going to extra maths, and they sent me for 3 days a week for the whole year to extra maths. So that was 6 hours a week of extra maths. And so there I was, reluctantly at these extra maths classes. And because I didn't pay much attention in grade 8 and grade 9, I first had to repeat those years, right? I had to redo those years before I could even start grade 10 maths. So that's kind of how maths works, right? There's like foundational learning. So if you miss some early steps here, it's going to be very difficult later on. So focus while you can. All right, so there was a real mountain to climb, obviously. And after the first few months, the strangest thing happened. I actually started to enjoy maths. It wasn't this thing that I hated anymore. I'm not saying I was doing well. I'm just saying I didn't hate going to extra maths. When you solve a problem and you get it right, it's quite a satisfying feeling. I'm sure you know this. And so I kind of, started to enjoy it. And so I managed to pass grade 10 maths from single digits to just 50, which is still quite a big improvement. And I decided that I'm going to continue with this extra maths thing. Grade 11, matric, I'm going to carry on with it. And, that takes a massive commitment and a massive effort to put yourself through that extra hours every week. And so you have to find some motivation. And for me, the motivation came, it was actually very simple. On the door of the extra maths class, there was a poster. And on this poster, there were these 3 rings. And in each of these rings, it had all the careers that you could pursue for a certain level of maths that you had. So right on the outside, it was grade 9 maths. That's all you had. Those are the career options you have. Below that, it was the math literacy circle, all the careers for math literacy. And right in the middle, it was high-grade maths. And in there was your doctors, your scientists, your engineers, your accountants. And every day, I'd walk into that classroom and put my finger on that circle and say, that's what I'm working towards. That's where I want to be. So you need to find some motivation. And so I really believe that there's potential inside all of us, all of you, just waiting to be unlocked. And it's not going to just unlock itself. That's not how it works. It's unlocked when you put yourself out of your comfort zone and really put effort into something and try really hard. You have to almost see the goal that you want to achieve. You have to see it and remind yourself every day, constantly, what you're working towards. And so that motivation for me was something as simple as that poster, seeing where I want to end up. And so I finish high school and I get a bachelor's pass. So this means that I can go to university. So I applied at Tux for engineering, and no, it wasn't aeronautical engineering, it was civil engineering. And I get a letter back saying, your application was unsuccessful. So even after 3 years of extra maths, of so many hours a week, it still was just not enough to get into engineering. So, this was really devastating for me, but as fate would have it, when one door closes, another one opens. And the lady at the engineering counter said, well, why don't you go look at the BSc Physics extended program? So I said, well, what's that? So it's basically the normal BSc Physics, which is a 3-year degree, then they add an extra year, like a bridging course. And for students like me that just didn't make it, you can do this bridging, and then after a year and a half, you can re-enter engineering as a first-year student. So I said, okay, well, excellent. I took the opportunity with both hands. I was just happy to have a foot in the door. And so I'll never forget, on the first day of, at the first day of university, it's a chemistry lecture. And the prof says to all of us sitting there, there's about 400 of us in the classroom. And she says, okay guys, look to the person on your left, look to the person on your right. Only one of you are going to make it through this first year. And so if I wasn't already motivated, I was now very motivated. And so I would basically spend all of my free time in the library, doing my homework, working on assignments, preparing for tomorrow's lecture even if I had to. Any free time I had, I was in the library. I treated it like a day job, like an 8 to 5. And then I noticed that my marks were slowly starting to improve. Every test, every semester got a little bit better. And then I fell in love with physics. I didn't want to be an engineer anymore. I wanted to be a physicist. And so maybe this is a good time to talk about, studying techniques or study methodology. Having a good study technique or methodology, if you have that, university or high school won't be a stressful time in your career. If you plan your time properly, then you don't have to study over the weekends or till early hours of the morning. I had friends at university that would start studying for an exam the day before, study through the night up until the exam, and I can tell you now it didn't work out for them. So don't do that. Plan your time effectively, and it won't be a stressful, high school and university will not be stressful for you if you just plan your time. And so I eventually finished my BSc in physics, my BSc honors in physics, and my master's degree in physics, all of them with cum laude, with distinction. And so, thank you. And at this point, I must also say thank you to the CSIR, because they actually, through a bursary program, the Department of Science Technology, CSIR Bursary Scholarship Program, they funded me through my honors, my master's, and my PhD. So I would like you guys to just, there are really great scholarships and programs out there. If you are a deserving student, you will find funding if that's, if you need funding. Work hard and it'll be there, I promise. And so this is my final message to all of you bright individuals here today. Take it from someone that's been a student for the last 12 years. The road ahead is going to be bumpy. I guarantee it. There are going to be days where you enjoy your work, and then there's going to be many more days where you feel like giving up and maybe you can't do this. But I believe that determination beats talent, always. You don't have to be the smartest person in the room, but be the most determined, right? So failing a subject in high school or university, that's inevitable. That's called learning. It's part of the learning process. But what makes great people that go on to do great things in their lives is that they have that determination and that tenacity to get back up if they've failed, try again, and try even harder. And if you live by that philosophy, it's impossible to fail. At anything you put your mind to, you can achieve. And so I'll end up with one of my favorite quotes that I want you guys to go home and think about, write it down. And it's by Robert Schuller, and it says, "How big would you dream if you knew you couldn't fail?" So think about that. How big would you dream if you knew you couldn't fail? Thank you. There we go.
How big would you dream if you knew you wouldn't fail? Drops mic right there, right? 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 Thank you, Justin. Thank you so much. I'm inspired myself. Sure. How do I even come back from that one? All right. I will be welcoming our next presenter. But before we do that, I always want us to get our blood flowing so that we don't get very cold. Let's see. Look to the person on your left. If there's no one on your left, obviously you must look to the person on your right. Oh, okay. And then tell them, we are not failing ever. Say it like you actually mean it and convincing yourself. Okay, let's make it more personal. I am not failing ever. But reality is I will mess up. But I'll never give up. Woo, that's a rhyme right there. Before we have our next talk and more, it's not even a motivation. This is high-level motivation. This is on another level, right? It is, ne? I'm going to play you a video. Please be attentive. You don't always have to take notes if you're not going to read the notes, but be attentive. It's very important to be attentive because there's looking busy and there's actually understanding that you're going to use these notes. Remember, ask questions. Have fun. This day is all about you. You guys are the VVIPs. We are here because of you, right? All right, here we go.
Imagine a life without science and technology. You wouldn't be able to see me right now. You also wouldn't be able to connect with your friends using your cell phone. It will take a lifetime to explain how many aspects of our daily lives are impacted by science and technology. The Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, in short, the CSIR, is the largest research organization in Africa, and we are celebrating our 75-year anniversary.
So we just wanted to see if you guys can hear. Did you guys hear anything? Okay, let's try it one more time.
Imagine a life without science and technology. You wouldn't be able to see me right now. You also wouldn't be able to connect with your friends using your cell phone. It will take a lifetime to explain how many aspects of our daily lives are impacted by science and technology. The Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, in short, the CSIR, is the largest research organization in Africa, and we are celebrating our 75-year anniversary. We do work that improves your quality of life and that of other people. In this video, I will take you on an epic journey to show you some of our awesome innovation and introduce you to young people working at the CSIR. Meet people like you who excel at math and science and receive bursaries from the CSIR.
My name is Bursary and I'm 17 years old. I am doing BSc Mechanical Engineering in Harvard College.
My name is Geophysics. I'm 18 years old and I'm currently in PhD studying geophysics in Bursary. I'm from South Korea. I am Sanila Mahlamapela and from Gauteng, Victoria, Hammersmith. I'm currently studying BSc Molecular Biology at Stellenbosch University.
I got started Harvard College through CSIR after I have obtained 4 distinctions, specifically 2 distinctions in mathematics.
I got your PhD last year. They promised to award us with a buzzing, the top level in science. I was awarded a CSIR bursary when I was in because of my outstanding academic performance. If you study hard in matric, a lot of doors are going to open for you.
The CSIR is not giving me the password because I will at least be like my parents. I know that they will afford it for me.
Had the CSIR not funded my studies, I would have to apply for other funding budgets, which kind of make almost everything easier for me since the CSIR having given me this bursary. I wouldn't have had this chance to study at Stellenbosch University or any other university because I'm from a disadvantaged family. They wouldn't have afforded all the tuition fees and all the accommodation fees. So I'm very grateful that the CSIR gave me this opportunity to study far from home. I would like to encourage matriculants to study pure math and sciences and study hard or be strategic about it.
The advice that I want to give to young matriculants is to select the subjects properly and work hard on those subjects. They can select pure math and physics because they are not hard if you work really hard to pass them. And they have many opportunities in the university.
What I would like to say to young matriculants is that all of this started when I first chose pure maths and science as one of my subjects to study at grade 10. These subjects, they open a lot of doors for me. These subjects, they come with a lot of opportunities for in future. If you choose these subjects, a lot of bursaries, they're going to be willing to find you. With that being said, I would like to say, never think that pure maths and science is hard because nothing comes easy. If you choose those subjects, then you're going to have a brighter future if you work hard, of course. I would like to thank the CSIR for funding me, and I will always be grateful. I'll always try to find ways to show my gratitude towards them. What I would like to say to the CSIR is that I'm very grateful for this opportunity. I'm very grateful that they chose me out of all of those learners. Without their funding, I wouldn't have been able to study this course. I wouldn't have been able to be one step ahead at achieving one of my goals, which is to become a medical lab technologist after a few years. So I'm very grateful that they are helping me to become a better version of myself. Thank you, CSIR.
I would like to thank CSIR for funding me and continue to stand all the kids like me who live in rural areas and want them to know that what they are doing is really good. Thanks, CSIR.
You too can become part of the CSIR family if you study hard and get good grades so that you can qualify to apply for our bursaries, which can be found on our website, csir.co.za. Let's have a look at these cool innovations that the CSIR has done. More recently, we collaborated with government in the fight against COVID-19 by developing a ventilator with a unique design to help COVID-19 patients breathe easily. The ventilator does not need electricity to operate. Our scientists also contributed to lithium-ion battery research. Today, these batteries power our smartphones, laptops, electric vehicles, smart grids, and even our homes. Our researchers in defense and security have developed a technology that is helping to fight rhino poaching at the Kruger National Park. Here is Zanel and Phoebe to talk to you about smarter water use in growing apples in the Western Cape.
South Africa is a dry country. The apples are grown in a dry season in the Western Cape because the growing season of apples is from October up until March. In the Western Cape we have winter rainfall. We need to irrigate because we don't depend on rainwater. There is no rain in this state. So in this orchard we are actually measuring the water use from young trees which are not yet bearing fruit, and we are also measuring from intermediate bearing fruits which yield between 30 and 60 tons per hectare. And we are also measuring from full-bearing trees, which are yielding 80 to more than 100 tons per hectare. So we are comparing the water use from the young stage up until the full-bearing stage. We are hoping we can come up with some irrigation scheduling guidelines that can help the farmers when they irrigate. So with these guidelines, they can know when to irrigate, how much to irrigate with. So in that way, we are hoping that water can be saved, such that they do not put more water when the trees actually need less. When we measure the water use of trees, we actually have an covariance system, which is a system that measures evapotranspiration from the entire orchard. So from the water use that is measured by the covariance, there is a component from the soil evaporation, there's a component from the tree transpiration, and then there's a component from the cover crop, which is the cover crop transpiration. So far we have found that the younger able orchards, they transpire less water as compared to the full-bearing mature orchards. And then we have also concluded that it is not really about the crop load that is on the tree that is using more water. It's about the leaves, it's about the canopy cover. So the more canopy you have, the more water that is being transferred from that particular orchard.
You see, there are many aspects of our daily lives that the CSIR is impacting. For more information about the CSIR, visit our website on csir.co.za. Subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow us on social media to like, share, and comment on our posts. The CSIR, touching lives through innovation.
And we would like to touch your life. That's what today is about. We would like to touch your life and hopefully see one of you, ladies and gentlemen. Today you are ladies and gentlemen, not boys and girls only, levels. It would really be nice and very awesome to have some of you sitting here have a testimony. That one day I was here in the auditorium and it was a career day, and now I'm funded and I'm in the University of Stellenbosch, whichever university you'd like to go to. So I hope that what you're listening to really is planting seeds for you working hard every single day. The reason we are telling you to ask questions is because the more questions you ask, it drives you to wanting to seek solutions of the very same questions. So ask questions. Are we all on the same page? Don't be so serious. Ask questions. Say it, ask questions. I'm going to ask questions. Okay, don't ask me yet. Ask the next presenter. We are going to have Sis Pinda Sifunda, who is the Senior Manager of Learning Capability and Development and Corporate Social Investment, Human Capital Management.
Wait. Morning, everyone. The voices, you get them up again to shake, shake, shake.
Morning, come on. Stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. Your teachers might not want to stand up, but you all must stand up, stand up.
The learners must get up.
So I like to dance, but I don't think you all want to dance. So we're going to wiggle, wiggle, but we're going to do it with our feet. You guys do it when your teachers are not there in class. So don't pretend you don't know what I'm talking about. So I think my voice is audible enough, right? Yes. All right, let's do the wiggle dance. And 3, 2, 1, and wiggle. And wiggle. And shake your feet, shake your feet, shake your hands, shake your hands, shake your hands, shake your hands, shake your hands. That's it. Look to the left and look to the right. Look to the left and look to the right. And shake your hands, shake your feet, sit down.
Thank you so much, Ubakeng. Can I get a better good morning now? Good morning. Oh, that's much, much better. Thank you so much. Maybe I should first greet the school leadership that is here. Thank you so much for bringing in the learners, CSR colleagues that are here today to showcase what they are doing to the learners, and also, of course, our guests of honors, the students or the learners. I don't know what you call you at this stage. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the CSIR once again. Hoping that you're having fun. I won't be too long. I know you guys don't like too much talk. You want to play around with the different, you want to take selfies and you want to play around and touch and feel all these different technologies that are around us. So I was asked this morning to just give you a brief overview of what the CSIR is, who we are. I'm hoping that in the next, how many years are we giving them? 5 years, 6 years, you're going to be here. You're going to be showing other learners what do we do at the CSIR. And that from today onwards, I'm hoping you're going to get an aha moment and find out what it is that you want to do. If it's not in science, it can be in HR, it can be in finance, it can be in area, just to get some motivation. So as you can see from my first slide, I've got 2 logos at the bottom of the slide. One is Department of Science and Innovation. Do we know the Department of Science and Innovation? Why do I have that logo there? I've got prizes. I didn't tell them I've got prizes. So you have to listen carefully. At the end, I'm going to ask questions and I'm going to give away a number of prizes. So we have the Department of Science and Innovation logo there because CSIR is one of the government research and development institutions. And we report to the Department of Science and Innovation. And then there's a logo of CSIR. What is our tagline there? Oh, thank you so much. Touching lives through innovation. First, before I proceed, I just want to get an understanding of how many grade 12s we have here. Raise your hand if you're in grade 12. They are writing exams. Grade 11. Wow, you're almost there. Grade 10s. Ooh. Do we have grade 9s? Oh, how many do we have? Oh, that's good. Welcome to the CSR. So I will try and poach my presentation at the grade 9, 11 level. So grade 12, so please bear with me. I want everyone to understand what I'm talking about. So as I said, I'm going to be very brief, just to touch about us, who are we at the CSIR, what it is that we do. I won't go much into the research and development work that we have done at the CSIR. You're going to find all the information around this venue. And also you saw from the videos what it is that we do. And then I will talk a bit about the opportunities in skills development or training and development, or what we call human capital development at the CSIR. I'm still learning how to use, please forgive me. The CSIR mandate, this is what we do. This is why the CSIR was established. You've heard a bit about it from our group executive, Mr. Mabindisa, this morning. So the CSIR was established in 1945. How old are we now? This is 2022, guys. We can't be 75 still. Maths. Huh? 76. Who said 77? They deserve a prize. I heard 77 there. We'll take your name down. I'll meet you outside at the break. So we are 77 years old this year. And the reason why the CSIR was established back then, 77 years ago, the government said, you know what? Science and innovation is very important. We need to support our industries in the country. We also need to support the livelihood of South Africans. We need an organization that will help us, to come up with new solutions, come up with new technologies to improve the quality of lives of South Africans, and also to support industrial development in the country, so that economically we can grow as a country. So that's why we were set up 77 years ago, and we've done so much since then to support the economic development of the country and also improving the quality of lives of South Africans. So we don't work alone. Sometimes we work alone and do this research and development work by ourselves, But sometimes we'll partner. So we'll partner with other industries, we'll partner with other companies, we'll partner with government departments to come up with these solutions to improve the quality of lives of South Africans. So that's who we are. Our ultimate goal is to work towards improving the lives of South African citizens. So that's what you do when you join the CSIR, whether you do science and research and innovation, or whether you come to support as an HR colleague, or you come to support as a finance colleague, you're going to be supporting the CSIR mandate in developing those solutions and products that are required by the country. So this is our vision and mission. I'm sure your schools also have vision and missions. So in terms of the vision, this is where we want to see ourselves in the next 20, 30 years. Where do we want to be as an organization? So the vision is that we want to accelerate, or we want to be accelerators of socio-economic prosperity in South Africa through the innovation that we do. So that's where we want to be. We want to accelerate socio-economic development in the country. So I'm hoping you're going to be part of that team that's going to be accelerating the development of this country. In terms of the mission, it's similar to the mandate that I shared with you, that we will work with our partners to innovate and localize technologies. You know, some technologies are developed outside the country, and we have to repeat the same development. So we take what has been developed, we adapt it to the South African market. So that's what we mean by localizing technologies that already exist, or we come up with new technologies. So in terms of our mission, that's what we want to do. And of course, the goal is to advance South African society. So we have values at the CSIR. These are the values that we live by. Everyone at the CSIR has to live by these values. And if you would like to join the CSIR, you need to start familiarizing yourself with these values. We call them EPIC. So the first one is excellence. So we strive for excellence. In everything that we do, we excel. And I'm hoping you're also striving to excel in your studies, at least for now. So it's excellence. The second one is people-centered. As I've indicated, our role is to develop solutions for the South African citizens. So we are very people-focused. So we care about the people we serve. We care about the employees of the CSIR. That's one of our key values. The third one is integrity. And this is due to the work that we do, especially in research and development. You know, as a scientist or an engineer, we always want to come up with something very quickly. And sometimes you want to cut corners, but no. We need to have integrity in everything that we do, be honest and also fair in the way that we do things. And the last one is collaboration. And as I've already indicated, we sometimes do this research by ourselves, and sometimes we work with other partners to come up with these new technologies. So we have one of our values as collaboration. So we don't work alone. It's always good to work with others. I don't know if in your study teams you study alone, but you'll find that when you study with others and you share what you know and learn from your other schoolmates, you get to the results much quicker. So this is how we are structured at the CSIR in terms of the research and development that we do. We've got 9 research focus areas. We call them research clusters within the CSIR. So that's why we also say we are a multidisciplinary organization. We do research across different fields and also in various sectors. So the first one is we do research in agriculture and food. So we do a lot of work in agro-processing, coming up with new technologies that can assist farmers so that we can produce quality food products in the country. The second one is fruit crop production or chemicals. So we do a lot of work there developing new medicinal products, new pharmaceuticals. So that's one of the, but you will see as you walk around, some of these areas are covered. The next one is health. You know, health is very important to the citizens of this country. So we do a lot of research in health, coming up with new diagnostic kits and coming up with new ways of delivering healthcare to our communities. So there's a lot of research there. The next one is manufacturing. You've seen from Justin's presentation, he's working in the laser research cluster. They are doing a lot of work in supporting different manufacturing industries to improve their processes or manufacturing processes. And then we've got mining. You know, see, in South Africa, we've got a lot of mines, right? And lots of incidents that happened in the mines. So we're doing a lot of research to come up with very safe ways of doing work in the mines, to protect people that work in the mines, but also to improve the quality of products that come out in the mines. The next one is defense and security. A lot of young men want to go to this one. So this group looks at developing new technologies, new products to defend our country. I don't want to say to attack enemies, but to defend our country and ensure the safety and security of our citizens. So you'll see some of their work when you walk around. The next one is smart places. So this group does a lot of work and research in environmental sciences and also looking at water research as well as energy research. We've got a lot of challenges in this country with energy. So we're working very closely with ESCOM and other relevant companies just to address the issue of energy in the country. The next one is smart mobility. So this group does a lot of work. There is the banner there at the back, looking at our road infrastructure and improving our roads and the transport system. So that's what they do in a nutshell. And the last one is next generation enterprises and institutions. So a lot of the 4IR work happens in this group. This is our very key ICT research group. You'll also see some of their work as you walk around. So this is the 9 focus areas of the CSIR, and this summarizes more or less what we do. So in terms of who we are, so CSIR has different labs or different campuses across the country, or not across the country, in some areas in the country. So the major campus is here in Pretoria where you are. So this is the largest campus. I'm not sure if the buses did drive around, but it's a very huge campus. So this is most of the research happens here in the Pretoria campus. And then we've got a campus in Johannesburg. We call it the mining precinct. They do a lot of research in the mining sector, developing new products and solutions, especially to address safety in the mines. And then we have a campus in Durban, not as big as the Pretoria one. So there's a lot of work, I think smart places, environmental research. You know, there's lots of forestries there, also looking at the research around forestries and coming out with new products. So that is in Durban. And then we've got, in Cape Town, an office there, we call it Center for High Performing Computers. So it's looking in, mainly it's in ICT, but we also have a campus in Stellenbosch, and that's where most of our defense and security work is, also our environmental labs are. But the main campus is here in Pretoria. In terms of the staff complement, there's about just over 2,000 employees at the CSIR. So it's a lot. And out of that 2,000, 1,140 employees, about 1,512 are our scientists, engineers, and technologists. So these are the guys who are doing the research, and these are the guys who are coming up with new technologies and products and solutions for the country. The rest of us, about 500 of us, we are supporting the researchers within the CSIR. So the rest of us are in HR, finance, communications, legal services. So that is the support structure for the science, engineering, and innovation work that happens at the CSIR. And of course, because we are a research and development organization, we want people who are highly skilled, right? We want people who have high level of education. Justin is doing his PhD, so we always track that we need to have a large number of employees with PhD qualifications, because that's the highest level, and you know your stuff when you have a PhD. They call you doctor, and I know in many areas they think you are a medical doctor, but this is when you've reached the ultimate level of your studies within your area. So we have about 314 employees with doctoral certificates or doctor whoever's in the CSIR. There's a lot of them that you're gonna meet when you walk around in the stands. And then we have about 492 employees with master's qualifications. So you do your undergraduate degree, you do your honors, then you do your master's, and then you do your PhD, and they call you Dr. Mang Mang. That's when you know your stuff. So we always track and always encourage our employees to study further and obtain high-level degrees. And as I said, sometimes we do research alone, but sometimes we partner with a lot of other industries and a lot of other institutions to come up with the solutions that we want to deploy. So those are some of our partners. Not all of them are there, but that's who we work with as a CSIR. Okay, I won't dwell much on this. You've already seen some of the technologies that we've produced as a CSIR, and you're also going to see a lot more as you walk around. But here we wanted to highlight, because we have a mandate to develop solutions and to improve the quality of lives of South Africans, when COVID came, we needed to respond because we have to come up with solutions and technologies to assist the citizens of this country. So there's a lot of work that the CSIR did to try and prevent, the bad effects of COVID. And one of those was a test kit. You remember test kits were very important because we needed to know if people are infected with COVID so that they can stay at home and isolate. And there was a shortage, so we needed to come up with something. So we developed test kits, in partnership with Cape Bio. We also developed other products. You remember Justin talked, I don't know if he did talk about additive manufacturing or 3D printing. He said we have one of the biggest. So we use that technology to develop other products that could support. There's face shields, and also hospital infrastructure was developed. And also the ventilator, you saw that in the video. I'm going to ask you these things at the end. And we also developed the vaccination data system. I don't know if you guys did get vaccinated at your age. But you had to register to a system with the Department of Health, and they can give you a date where to register. So we worked very closely with our partners at the department to come up with the vaccination data system. And then also we provided tests for COVID. There was a huge backlog at some stage because there were just so many tests that needed to be done. So CSIR's one of the labs was converted into a testing lab for COVID. And we also provided the decision support center. Those graphs you will see where COVID is, how many numbers are there. So that's some of the information that was provided during that time. So that's what we mean by saying we were set up, we were established to make sure that we assist the citizens of this country and improve the quality of life. So these are just some of the examples, especially with the COVID that we just had, some of the things that the CSIR did to make sure that we try and protect the country. I won't talk to this one, Justice spoke about it, using the laser research in the manufacturing cluster, where we've been working with companies like Sasol and Eskom to assist in fixing some of their infrastructure. And this is work that is happening at that 4IR place I spoke about, the next gen enterprise and institutions. I think the first one, it scares me, but so what they're doing is they've developed a technology that can do fingerprinting of corpses. There's sometimes people who die and no one can trace them and no one knows who they are. So this technology is able to read the fingerprint of a corpse, and they can identify the person if they are, they are South Africans, and we have a database. So it's very helpful to SAMPs, especially to identify corpses that are unidentifiable. So that's a very interesting kind of work. And they've also developed a surveillance camera. So this one is not just looking here, so it covers a wide area. So this is also some kind of safety and security measure. In critical areas, there's surveillance cameras that are put in now. Okay, now I get to the most interesting part and why we are here today talking about opportunities in human capital development. So we've got various objectives in this area. So this is looking at how do we remain sustainable in the CSIR, and also capacitating the country in terms of science, engineering, and technology skills. So as a CSIR, we have a function, used to be called human capital development, now we call it learning and capability development. So this function, or this portfolio, or this office within the CSIR is looking at building skills in science, engineering, and technology, and also other functions that we need within the CSIR to make sure that the CSIR is sustainable, right? So this is where we look upon you and saying, oh, we want you to come to the CSIR. So we need to make sure that you get training in the right areas of science, engineering, and technology, or other critical areas, because we really need you to take over from the old people like myself. Okay, there's younger ones around, but we need, you know, the chain needs to continue. Once these guys are old and they retire, there needs to be new scientists and engineers and technologists that come up and take over from where they left off, right? Or come up and introduce new technologies. I know in your area we say, oh, I wonder what if I can do this, or what if I can change this. You know, if you're that person, we really need you to come through as a scientist. So we develop a large pool of young people. We encourage you to take science and maths. So these are the guys who will do science, engineering, and technology, and we'll fund them through our bursary program. And there's not a lot of you. A lot of you are not doing maths, pure maths and science. And for you to do engineering and all these related science degrees, you need pure maths. So that's why even if you already dropped science, or you're thinking about taking maths lit, please don't. Our future is in your hands. If all of you decide to do maths lit, we won't have any scientists and engineers to continue with the work or to come up with new solutions for this country. So I do plead with you, not to maths lit, but to continue with your pure maths. Everyone has said it's not easy. No one said it would be easy. So please, just soldier on. You will see the fruits at the end. They will be worth your while. So we have a bursary program to try and support young kids like yourself to study towards science, maths, and engineering degrees at university. You have seen the young people that we've already funded through the bursary program. And then the last two objectives is talking really to the CSIR employees, developing the employees within the CSIR. Although they've got their degrees and their qualifications, they still need more support to get to the highest level, you know, of their expertise. So we continuously support them through our various programs within the CSIR. This is also a repeat. So we've got pipeline development where we call you pipeline because you are in this pipeline to grow into becoming scientists and engineers. So we've got those programs that are really developing young people in science, engineering, and technology. I've highlighted the ones that are relevant to you, that is the bursaries and the outreach programs that we do, talking about careers in science, motivating you to do science and maths so that you can become scientists and engineers. At the top level, once you've done or graduated with a degree, we've got an internship program at the CSIR. So you've done with your degree, you just want to work, you know, get some experience in any area that you've studied. So we do advertise those opportunities on our website. So we've got an internship program. We also have a graduate in training program. So this one is targeted mainly at engineers or engineering graduates. When they come out of universities, they need for them to operate effectively, some of them need to be registered as professional engineers. So that program is designed around that to help them to register as professional engineers. We've got an inter-bursary support program, but this is at high level. Once you've done your undergrad and now you want to pursue honors, masters, and PhDs, that is a scholarship program that supports postgraduate students, and we also have then a postdoctoral students. Once you've done your PhD and you come in as a postdoc and you work in our labs just to gain experience as well. So in terms of the bursary program, you've seen this in the video, right? This is what the bursary supports. So it's a full course bursary. It covers everything. You don't have to call your parents at the end of the month unless you don't budget. And by the time the money comes, it's already done. So we cover the registration fees. When matriculants who are not here apply at university, they need to pay registration fees. So the bursary covers that. It covers the fees, and the fees are very expensive. Now, it doesn't matter where you are. Just the fees alone, your parents will have to pay 100,000 or 50 or 60,000 a year. So it's a lot of money. We cover your living allowances. So this is just a stipend you get so that at least you are able to, get on with your life at the university. And then a meal allowance. I think you guys are getting a lot. When I had a bursary, I just got one stipend. And it was not a lot. You also can get a meal allowance. So there are instances where you stay in a residence, or let's call it hostel, that's the language you understand, that doesn't provide meals. So you'll get a meal allowance every month. You get a laptop allowance so that you don't come up with excuses that you couldn't do your assignments, you didn't have a laptop, the IT lab was full. So you do get a laptop allowance, you get a book allowance. You really don't have an excuse not to pass on the CSIR bursary. You get a book allowance, and then you also get to come to work at the CSIR when it's your vacation at the university. So this helps you to get to know about the CSIR and get to start doing some work and understanding the theory that you've learned at the university and how it's applied in industry. So that gives you a nice exposure. But we only do this from second year upwards. And then we have something that we call psychosocial support. So my team will go and visit the students at the universities just to make sure that everything is going well, because we don't want surprises. At the end of the year, you didn't do well, and you're like, no, but this happened and that happened. So we're trying to make sure that you are well taken care of, well-being is okay. You are performing. We also look at the performance. So we go to the universities twice a year just to check up on you that everything is okay and you don't need any other assistance. And because of all this money we are spending, this is about 150,000 per student per year. We need to make sure that it's money well spent. As you have listened to the other bursary students, you have to work hard. So this is not given to just anyone. This is given to people who are working hard and who are performing very hard in maths and science. So the minimum is just level 6. We're not asking for more. Minimum requirement. It's doable, ne? I will see all of you applying next year, grade 11s. Ooh, Batung, I'm not getting a sense that anyone is going to apply. I'm worried. Only level 6 for maths and science as a requirement for you to apply to the CSIR bursary, and level 5 on English. You guys are doing a lot of content creation. I'm sure your English is up here by now, because there's Instagram and whatever. So work hard on your English, maths and science, and then you can apply. So this funds students who are going to study in South African universities. And the advert goes out, I think in June every year. So if you are doing your grade 11 now, next year you need to apply, and we look at your June results from the previous year. Oh, your end of the year results from the previous year. So you need to work very hard if you are in grade 11, because we're going to be looking at your results from grade 11 to give you a conditional bursary based on your performance for matric. So please work hard. I know I'm going to see some of you when we award new bursaries next year. I'm looking forward to seeing some of you when we award new bursaries next year. Thank you. I got a yes. And then we've got Youth Employment Service. So this program, we running with it to try and address the lack of employment in the youth in South Africa. So it's called Youth Employment Service. So we provide work opportunities to youth in the country who don't have jobs. So if you have a junior degree, you qualify, And I don't want to say if you have a national senior certificate, because I want you guys to go to university. But if you do have a national senior qualification and you don't have a job, you can apply to be part of the CSIR Youth Employment Service Program. So you'll be working in the CSIR for a period of 1 year, just for you to get some kind of experience that you can then use to apply for other jobs after the end of the 12-month period. So in terms of the support, you get a monthly, it's not a stipend, it's a salary, a monthly salary. You get training in relevant skills that you need, for you to assist you to apply for jobs, and you also get psychosocial support. So the advert for that comes around November. I'm glad matrics are not here because they will start applying for this when they should be applying for university. So the advert comes in November, and we work with Youth at Work, and that is the website where unemployed youth can apply to be part of this opportunity. I did say I won't take too long. I'm sure it was like 5 minutes. So this is my way of saying thank you to all of you. I know I try to cover all the different 11 languages of this country. I'm sure all of you can see where you belong. Thank you so much, guys, for listening to me attentively. Now I've got like 3 questions, and then that's it, just to see who was listening to me. Okay, the first one, if you want to apply for a bursary at the CSIR, what level should show Batu? Yes, she raised her hand first.
They must first appreciate you. Let's give her a round of applause.
Oh, yes.
Raise your hand again.
There she wants a question? We can't give you a question again. You raised your hand.
We can't give you a question again.
There she is. I was like, if you're applying for a bursary, what level? And you raised your hand.
So when you apply for the CSIR bursary, you are required to have a level 6 on mathematics and science, and English you must have level 5.
Now that to really check you are listening, I said CSIR has campuses across the country. Some guys, the girls are beating you, ne? Okay, there she is. Is there a mic? Okay, you can talk. I'm sure you will speak loud. Stand up, please. Mic, okay.
Hi guys.
Hello.
So CSIR has got branches in Pretoria, Johannesburg, Durban, Cape Town, and Stellenbosch.
Wow. So this one was really listening. The last one. So I will give you gifts, prizes when I will take your names outside. I can remember. The last one. This is for you guys, ne? And there's already 2 for girls. Okay, the girls can also answer. It's not our fault. The last one is I shared a few technologies that CSIR came up with to address COVID. I need at least just one.
That gent, any gent from that side. Yeah. Yeah. Stand up, please.
Represent.
The ventilation, yeah.
Yeah.
What was that? I didn't know. The what?
He said, ma'am, the ventilation. Yeah.
Oh, yes, the ventilation. Thank you. Do you have another one? Oh. Okay, this is a second runner-up gift.
Okay, the gent next to him in classes, behind the gent. You can ask him.
Okay.
The next things they invented was the test kits and the scanners.
There? I got the test kits and?
The scanners and the face.
Oh yes, the face shields. Yeah.
Our group work.
Are we giving them now, Lori?
Yeah.
Yeah. Please come forward. 1, 2, 3, 4. Do you have any questions for me? But I've got my team outside who will also try and respond. Yes? Thank you. Can we have a mic here, please? She would like. Oh, okay. Let's start with the.
Hi. So you know how the UN has global development goals, so sustainable development goals. Does the CSIR take into account both South African issues that need to be solved, while simultaneously working towards these sustainable development goals?
Oh, that's a very good question. You are?
I'm Ola Inka.
Are you one of the educators?
No.
Okay. Thank you for the question. I'll let one of our scientists around the corner there to answer. But yes, because we are a government institution, and the government is also driven or prioritizes the developmental goals, which is also one of our key areas of focus as the partner to government, and also because of our mandate to improve the quality of life. So we keep that in mind in everything that we do. Thank you.
Hi everyone. This is Mpile representing Ridimete Secondary School.
We can't hear which school?
Ridimete High School. So my question is, do you think, or would you say, in the few coming years, CSIR would lead South Africa into part of the North countries, or should I say, the developed countries?
If you join us, we will lead. This one deserves a gift. So I'm hoping that you are saying, you as young people sitting around here, you will join us to drive that vision, because we really want to put South Africa as one of the developed countries. We want to move from developing to being a developed country. But with your work and your help, we will get there. She deserves something, Shem. It's good. Yeah. Guys, this is the last one. We're running out of time. My MC is telling me I need to stop talking.
Hi everyone.
Hi.
I would like to ask a question. Let's say maybe I do reach the average marks, right?
I can't hear.
Let's say maybe I reach the average marks needed so I can get the bursary. And then I just so happened that I got enough marks to get into a much higher university in another country. Like, I want to do medicine, and then I want to get into Cambridge. Does the bursary from CSIR cover everything that I have in a case if I want to go to another country, or if I want to go to another country, I have to get a bursary from that country? Or maybe, if I'm from South Africa, and then I apply for the bursary that CSIR has, and then after I get it, I say maybe I want to go to Cambridge, right? Does that apply? Do they give it to me, or I have to apply for another one?
Thank you for that question. I'm so glad to see people who are already thinking about their careers. Yeah. So with the current bursary program, so it funds local studies. So it's adequate to fund everyone who wants to go to a local university. But at a postgraduate level, there's lots of scholarships, especially from the NRF, the National Research Foundation, which is next door, that has a scholarships on if you want to go to an international university. But there's also a lot of scholarships that are advertised by the Department of Higher Education and Training So we work very closely with them to identify opportunities that we share with the students that we're funding. If you want to go to an international institution, there's all these opportunities that we have. But at some stage, we did have partnerships with Cambridge University, where we will fund South Africans who want to study overseas, but this was at a PhD level, because the investment is very high, and it's not a lot of money that we have that we can send everyone. So we used to send about 3 South Africans a year, but that partnerships ended like 2 or 3 years ago. So it's something that will revive. It's just that the dollar-rand exchange rate is so unaffordable, but we have partners locally that have lots of scholarships to send South Africans overseas. Thank you. Thank you so much, guys, for listening.
It's that time again where we're going to stand up. We're going to be very quick. 3, 2, 1. We're going to say CSIR is epic. 3, stand up, stand up, stand up. 3, 2, 1. CSIR is epic. Woohoo! Thank you so much for that, Sis Pinda. For those that still had questions, please follow her. Be like that bird. Follow her wherever she goes so she can answer the questions. All right, we are going to welcome our next presenter, who is Mr. Munsami, the CSIR Principal Engineer in Chemicals. Oh, miss, I am so sorry. Gantry.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, I'm indeed a girl. It's Ganeshri Munsami, and yes, that's my wonderful team over there on the left. Okay, so I'm a principal researcher and biotechnologist at the CSIR. Does anyone here in the room know what a biotechnologist is, or are there any aspiring biotechnologists in the room? Okay, maybe I can change your mind. Okay. So the reason why I'm here today is to share my story in science. And I think by being here at the CSIR, everyone actually has a story in science. So growing up, I've always been this kid that was inquiring, trying to figure out what is this thing about, how does it work? So being that girl child that receives the Barbie doll for Christmas, and everyone dresses it up and tries to figure out what's the best look for this doll, that wasn't me. I would take the doll apart. My mom would be so upset with me because I wouldn't appreciate my gifts. But actually, I wanted to figure out what was inside this body. There was nothing. It was just a plastic doll. Then I started attacking my little brother's cars. He was not happy with me. But anyway, going through science, going through school, I had this burning desire to learn more, do more, see more, investigate more. And like my peers, I think Justin also mentioned that I wasn't an overachiever when it came to primary school or high school. I was just somewhere there in the middle, maybe above average, but never an overachiever, never the head girl or head boy at my school. And when it came to career choices, I came to my grade 11 year where we were really under pressure to start making decisions as to which path we needed to. I'm glad that there's some grade 9s in the room, because actually you can start making these assessments and analyzing yourself much earlier on in life to really figure out what you want to do with yourself and your career. So for me, I had a fork in the road where I either would go down a path in the field of accounting or biology. So those were my strong, CJ Slin's smiling at me because he's going to talk about finance and accounting soon. But those were my two choices. It was either science or accounting. And for me personally, I could not see myself doing the same thing every day. I couldn't see myself with numbers and in a routine. For me, my perception at the time was that science would give me this space to explore, to try and understand, to unpack, and really intrigue myself. So I then decided to study towards a degree in science. So like Justin, maybe these things happen for a reason. I was not accepted for my first choice, which was biomedical science at the University of KZN. And I was quite disappointed because I'm not so sure I had a plan B. So in order to figure out a plan B, I decided to take a general BSc degree and then figure out what I wanted to do with myself. It wasn't the best decision, actually. I really, really disliked it. I didn't have a plan, and now I'm in first year university. So then I had to go and talk to my parents, and I was privileged enough for them to say they're going to fund my studies, so I had now wasted a year of my life and a year of their money, which they work very, very hard for. So I had to go and have a look at myself and try and understand exactly what I wanted to do and where my passion in science lied. So you think science is you have an idea of what science is, and I think today when we unpacked exactly what a science organization like the CSIR does, you would understand how vast it is. So I actually had to really go and understand what it is that intrigued me. So I came across the term biotechnology. And like many of you in the room, I had no idea what that meant. So biotechnology is an interface between biology and technology. So I was like, this sounds cool. I went and read the study guide, and some of those subjects and some of those themes and topics really intrigued me and really interested me. So I kind of had a feeling, maybe it was the universe, who knows, that told me, no, this is it. So I had to go and make my case to my parents and really convince them that, okay, I wasn't sure at first, now I'm sure. Would you please let me change my degree, change my institution, and study towards a degree in biotech? So I basically then restarted my academic career at the Durban University of Technology. My parents said, this is it, my child, you have 1 year. If you don't make it in this 1 year, you are going to fund your own studies or you're going to go and find yourself a job. But the decision is yours. So being the rebel that I am, I had a point to prove. I went into university and I completed my diploma cum laude. Thank you. So I had then found my passion and I found my home in science. I didn't just graduate cum laude, I got the Dean's Award for being the best cum laude student in my class. And in doing that, in my third year, I had to do my in-service training where I had to be interviewed and try and get an opportunity to go and complete my learnership training at a science organization or a biotech-based organization. And that's when I actually came across this amazing organization called the CSIR. And I was interviewed as a third-year student in Durban, and I was given the opportunity to come to the site in Johannesburg at the time to complete my in-service training. Based on my performance and the completion of my diploma, I was then offered a studentship to complete my then BTech degree, which is an equivalent of an honors. I almost got a cum laude for that one too, but there was a minor technicality. I'm not so sure I'm over it entirely, but the story didn't end there. When I finished my BTech, I was still working at the CSIR, so I had the best of both worlds, where I was furthering my studies while being employed at the CSIR. And naturally, as we always want to improve ourselves and further develop ourselves and improve our studies, I was then entered into a master's studentship program. And one of my first meetings with my supervisors, so you know when you do postgraduate studies, you have to have both your supervisors in the same room, you have to check your progress, understand if this is the proposed study is going in the right direction. And then my prof came up with an idea that I'm not so sure was his best. He was then, based on the progress of the study, he wanted to apply to the Senate of the university, which is the highest level of the people that run the university, basically, and make all the important decisions. He wanted to ask them if they would confer or convert my master's degree into a PhD based on merit. So I'm not so sure I understood what this meant at the time, but basically it was a 2-in-1 degree. And it's a 2-in-1 of a master's and a PhD, which is not a little thing or consequence. So this was never done at the university before, so it would be the first time. A long story short, after an incredible amount of administrative activities, as we know, the conversion was passed, and it made me the first student in the history of the university to actually successfully convert a master's to a PhD degree. Thank you. Mind you, this whole idea was meant to fast-track my career. It didn't really happen that way. But the time that it took for all of this to happen and for this to actually be passed is the journey that I needed for my own growth and development, because there was a lot of personal things that I had to learn and unlearn about myself and make me a better person and a better scientist. So I didn't necessarily complete my doctoral degree at the right time. Neither was it my time according to I'm a scientist, so I had a Gantt chart, I had deliverables, I had to plan out the next 3 years of my life. It didn't happen according to that time either, but it happened in God's time. So the biggest lesson that I learned through this process is that I could not bog myself down with things that were outside of my control. So similarly with you all in school, what is within your control is your determination, not talent. It's your ability to work hard, and it's the discipline that you will need to give yourself to make your high school career a success. So I eventually graduated, and yes, I'm using the word eventually, with my PhD in 2019. And in all those years, I've been employed at the CSIR. I've progressed through the ranks of being a studentship in-service trainee. I'm not even sure I was on that rung of ladder that we have. I have then progressed to being a bursary student, researcher, and now recently principal researcher at the CSIR. Thank you. So my area of focus is on probiotic development. So again, I'm scared to ask if anyone in the room knows what a probiotic is. Okay, it's that thing you take after you take the antibiotic when you go to the doctor. Okay, so that's what I develop. Currently, all probiotics that's used in the country are imported, but there's no need for this because scientists, we have the skills, the infrastructure, and the ability to make our own probiotics so that we can supply and use these locally made probiotics in the country. So that's basically what myself and my brilliant team that's over there, that's what we do in Building 18 at the CSIR. So while doing our science and trying to figure out what a probiotic is, how is it supposed to function, what is it supposed to do, what type of organism, yes, it's a living organism. While doing all of that, we're actually contributing to the socioeconomic development of the country. So it's how you use science to actually make an impact in the country. And by being an employee of the CSIR, which I hope after today many of you would aspire to do, it's been an invaluable experience because I'm surrounded by world-class thought leaders. I'm in a state of constant learning and unlearning and personal growth. So the epic values of the CSIR is something that I live by personally and professionally. I'm an example of a girl child from a relatively small town in the north coast of Durban. And I find myself, and I went to public schools for both my primary and high school years. I think I should be proud of myself to call myself a researcher at Africa's largest research organization. And I myself am a product of human capital development, and therefore I'm very passionate about skills development, education, training, especially in the science field. And that's why it was when I was offered the opportunity to speak today, I was very enthusiastic about doing it, is because I hope by today, if I've shared a very relatable story to you all as to how you can make a success out of a career in science by learning to live and lead, being fueled by personal passion and purpose. If I've made a little impact in your lives today by sharing a little bit, I've achieved a little bit of my personal mission. So I thank you once again for the opportunity to talk to you all today and giving me your attention and being here at the CSIR. I hope you have a good day.
That is the first doctor that is presenting. Let's give her a round of applause once more. Thank you, Dr. Munsami. I said it, she's a doctor, so follow her and ask her questions. All right, we will be welcoming the CSIR researcher in chemicals. I am going to tell you a story as he's making his way. Yes, this time it's a he, I'm correct. Stand next to me. I want them to see you. Stand next to me. He is the CSIR researcher and a Mail and Guardian top 200 finalist for 2022. This is the man.
No pressure after that, and I think, Gan, you sort of set the bar very high there for me. So while preparing for this presentation, I think we were all stressing yesterday. I actually went to Gan's office and I was like, what am I going to say to everyone? Because we're so used to presenting our work, it's much easier to present that, present a few facts, present some results, and there you're done. How do you inspire students? So we're all trying in our own little way to do that. So as mentioned, I am Dr. Advaita Singh. I belong to the Biomanufacturing Technology Demonstration Group, which is a mouthful. So this, what I actually do in this group is I develop manufacturing processes to be implemented locally to prioritize the support of industry and partners in the translation of technology. Now, I develop manufacturing processes for pharmaceuticals. Now, the challenge with pharmaceuticals is the affordability and accessibility. Now, two examples I can give you is, sub-Saharan Africa is the hotspot, so to say, of the HIV and AIDS pandemic. So I like to give this example because I've done a lot of work with HIV and AIDS. So globally, there are 37.7 million people living with HIV and AIDS. Now, of those people, 10.2 million people do not have access to life-saving medication. Imagine knowing that you're infected with this, but just because of your social circumstances, you can't afford that medication. So that's where we come in, to sort of cheapen the medication by the manufacturing process itself. Another instance where this was demonstrated was the COVID pandemic. Of course, it was a fairly new virus at that time, and we had to develop novel solutions. But the one challenge we had as South Africa is that we don't have local manufacturing capacity for these vaccines. As a result, we had to wait in the waiting line for this. As a result, there was a number of delays, and everybody knows the story. So CSR has our tagline, which is touching lives through innovation. And this is what we try to live by, to incorporate innovation in our solutions to touch the lives of the South Africans on an everyday basis. So this technology we've developed, and I tried to stay away from my presentation and just tried my best to describe this technology to you. So the technological manufacturing processes that are currently in use now are very expensive. So we've developed a process that can save up to 50% on the costs of manufacturing. Now that automatically means that your vaccine, your therapeutics is going to be cheaper. So this is a plant-based production system. So this typical way, or the easiest way I can actually explain this is, just as you can get sick from a virus or bacteria, it's the same with plants. So it's a plant-based method. So we basically use a tobacco plant, and I'm waiting for the giggles, because each time I hope anybody isn't sleeping. So it's the same tobacco plant in your cigarettes that we use. So it's taking something that's generally considered bad and using it for a good purpose. So there's a bacteria that causes, so to say, cancer in the plant, and we basically hijack that system. So when it infects the plant, instead of transferring the genetic material that that produce the toxins that cause the so to say cancer, I know I'm oversimplifying it. When the infection happens, it actually produces the vaccine. So that's something totally different. Somebody wouldn't have thought about that. So that's basically in a nutshell what we do. So under which field does this? I think Gan did an amazing job of explaining biotechnology. So that's one less thing for me to explain. But by trade, I'm a protein biochemist. Now try explaining that to your parents. Still today, they have a rough idea of what I do, but it's just like, we'll give or take. I asked my fiance one day to try explaining what I do. No, not a chance. So I actually saw, I think there was 2 students that are from the Glen. So I went to the Glen High School. I actually started there in grade 9. So, but the time that I actually went there, it was mid-year, and they were going to write a test on that first day. And of course, I did not know that. Now, as a result, I royally failed that test and got put into the special class. So this class had 14 people, and you could imagine the most naughtiest kids ever were all in that class, and there I am. So I distinctly remember there was one student, so there's these motivational talks that they have at school, and they brought an ex-criminal or something to school to talk, and the one kid in the class was like, I want to be like him, and I'm like, that was not the point. So going to matric, I studied mathematics, life sciences, which is biology, physics, and IT. So I was not the A-level student. I passed with a B average. I wasn't the kid that got all the academic awards. I was just somewhere there in the middle. So I always had a passion for medicine or the sciences. So that was the 2 applications I sent out. Now my passion for the sciences came as a kid. Like, I was always interested in the sciences. There was a TV show where there was a group of scientists and doctors which traveled around the world to diagnose these rare diseases. And it was amazing. Obviously, there's some TV drama there, so obviously that contributed. But that sort of sparked my passion in the sciences and medicine. And my medicine application, of course, got rejected. And the other option was a BSc. So I did a BSc it's actually a double major, so it's a biochemistry and cell biology and microbiology and biotechnology. So it's a very different environment than school. So the workload was shocking. In our second week of the degree, we wrote a test, and as expected, we all failed. Now, that's when you start questioning yourself, am I in the right degree? But gradually, you find your footing, and you sort of make your way up from there. But just know, when you compare yourself to your other colleagues and your friends, especially in the commerce field, by midday, they'll be done with their day and they'll be chilling. You still have labs in the afternoon till 5 o'clock, and your first year is packed, let me tell you that. So in your first year class, you will start with about 400 students, and they will tell you through the years, some are going to fall away. We even got told that some of you all are going to land up as sales reps, and which didn't sit too well with me. So in my final third year, actually, of my undergrad, from 400 people, there were only 90 students that were left. Yeah, so you guys got to really work hard. So this was all at WITS. So I also did my honors degree at WITS. This is a Bachelor of Science honors in molecular and cell biology, specializing in protein biochemistry. Now, from those 90 people, there were only 9 accepted for that honors class. So that's an even further drop. So after that, it's what led me to CSIR. It's just this one, I just saw the application online and I just said, what's the chances? Let me apply. And in 2015 is when I joined the CSIR as an intern in the same group that I'm in still today. So through the years, gaining my experience and knowledge, I did my master's year at based at CSR through the university in Pretoria. It's a master's in biotechnology, which dealt with the development of an HIV plant-based vaccine. And this was further sort of formed the basis for my PhD work, which was actually funded by the DSI IBS. So one of the funding schemes that was earlier presented funded my PhD studies, which was also based on this HIV vaccine. After which I was taken in as a researcher at the CSIR, and using the same plant-based platform, we've developed a number of vaccines against SARS, CoV-2, COVID-19, cancer-based therapeutics, and other pathogens. So that's what has led me to this point where my work was recognized by the Mail and Guardian, and having made the top 200 young South Africans list for 2022. Of course, that's not all my doing. I have to thank my mentors and colleagues. That's also what makes the journey. So that is my story, and I leave it to you to sort of take advantage of these situations and ask yourself, what is the impact that you would want to make for the future of South Africa? And with that, I'd like to thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Singh. If I were you, I would want to take a selfie with him. Mail and Garden is really a big deal. Without any further ado, we will be giving you guys time to stretch your feet, but before we do that, just give us a little bit of your attention, just a little bit of it. As I am welcoming Jaslyn Kumsami, the CSIR Smart Society Divisional Financial Manager, let us welcome him the way we do best. Woohoo!
Hi everyone. So I'm going to talk to you guys a little bit about finance. It's not as exciting as what the other presenters have talked about, but I think it's a career that pays the bills. You do get some good benefits, and you get to enjoy a lot of finer things in life. What maybe not as working as studying as hard as some of the scientists. So just maybe, and I'll talk to you guys about maybe some of the misconceptions around finance, and particularly the word finance, accounting, and I'm not sure how many of you guys are actually studying accounting or thinking about commerce. So it's also a very good career. It's one of those careers in the country and globally that there's a huge shortage of people to fill those gaps. So there's always opportunities. Why is it not? So I'll just talk a little bit about accounting. I mean, all of you guys are doing accounting at school or have done accounting at school, and it's quite basic. And I think one of the things is, which will tie in a little bit about the science and the engineering, it's systematic. It's a comprehensive process. So in a way, I suppose accounting was one of those subjects where you can get good marks, it adds to your points, which allows you to get better opportunities at university. So it helps with your science, it helps with your maths. In a way, it's called probably one of your fallback courses. So, accounting, it's the basics of bookkeeping, a debit and a credit. Any equation like in maths has to, the left and the right have to equal each other. Basically the same thing from accounting. I think, that just shows it what it is at the basis of what you're doing in accounting. So there's always this misconception that finance, accounting, and financial management is all the same thing. It's not. It's completely different. Finance is all accompanying. It's about people assume that it's all one and the same. However, finance is more about management, money, and investments. And I think one of the things you will need to learn about later on, and I think it's part of your business studies and management courses, business management, I think back in the day, is financial management. And financial management links in with your accounting studies, and for that matter, you still, like what Andile mentioned right at the beginning, maths. You need to understand maths and the basics of maths to get into financial management. And financial management is all around an activity. It's not a process like accounting, where accounting is a process which you systematically follow, whereas financial management becomes an activity. And I think one of the things is, what are your real world functions? Because I think that's what you need to know when you're going to study into these courses. What will your real world functions be about? There's so many different things, and there's so many misconceptions around when you study accounting, what can you really do? And they always just think about you as being a back office person, working on the computer, doing the debits and the credits. But actually, there's a lot more to it. You have to maximize value for your organization and your people that you work with. You need to look at how you partner with people. So it brings in some of the softer skills as well. You look at project management, risk. How is your organization? And this helps you in your personal capacity as well, How do you make the best out of the money and the allowances that you receive? I mean, you go back to what Pinda was talking about with your allowance for your laptop, your stipend. This is all part of that accounting. And becoming an accountant, and maybe it's too generic to call it an accountant, there's so many different aspects of it, will help you in deciding now at school what to do later in life. And I think this part here is one of the ones that I'll spend a few minutes on. I suppose all of you guys want to be there at the chief financial officer the moment you finish university. Nonsense. You're not there. Not there. You're there on the bottom at the entry level. When you complete your degree, that's where you're at. You're actually below that. You're at the foundation, you're even below that, because they have to first put the foundation down before you get to entry level when you finish your degree. You do a learnership, you do an articles, and then you move up the levels. I mean, you talk to our scientists here and they tell you how they've moved up the levels, and it all takes hard work. So the moment you finish high school, you go into university, you probably can go to either university, college, and you complete a diploma and or then degree, and then you do certifications to get to where you need to get to. And a lot of it also relates to getting the experience to come up there. So I mean, this is just some of the pathways you could do. Again, recommended accounting and mathematics. You don't have to do accounting to study a BCom honors, a bachelor's, what would take you into the CA route. But it's recommended that you actually get a basis of it before going to university. You could do a college and go do a diploma or a national certificate. However, that's going to take you a lot longer to get to the top of the chief financial officer level. Your university, you got to do a bachelor's degree, an honors degree, and after that, and I think this is the part where I'm a chartered accountant. I'm a registered South African chartered accountant. I think one of the most important things is, thank you, is to get your professional certification. You do your honors degree. After that, you got to go do a 3-year learnership, and you still got to write 2 professional exams. And I mean, those pass rates for those exams with CSIR is below 50% of the people who register to write actually pass. So you become a very select few who get to that level to then again become a CEA, to become the CFO, the FD, and you guys can go and research this and have a look at it. Most of the CEOs of the top 40 listed companies on the JSE are CAs. So just some of your certification. The best one is the Chartered Accountant in South Africa. A very good one is a CFA. It's an internationally recognized one. There's ECA, there's cyber, there's CPA, and there's CMA. So there's many different avenues you can get to still become a CFO at the end. But I think one of the biggest things is high school, completing the recommended accounting and mathematics. And it's not maths latte, it's maths. So yeah, that's just a little bit about doing finance. And hopefully there'll be a few of you guys who will go forward in the finance career and commerce, because one of the things which I didn't put in and I maybe touch on a little bit is around technology. You know, there's this huge big deal around technology. We talk about artificial intelligence, we talk about blockchain. People in finance always think it's going to steal their jobs. It's wrong. They're just afraid it's going to make our jobs easier so that we can concentrate on making more money for our organizations, and we can control it better. So that's it from me. Thanks a lot, guys.
If you love money and you love the talks about money and anything that has to do with numbers, he is the man. So as he walks out, I'd also just sneak out and ask him a question or two. I will be calling Phumeza Mpanzi, the CSIR researcher in defense and security. Please make your way. As she is making her way, she is as young as we are, guys.
Hi everyone, are you enjoying the session? You are? No? Okay. I hope you're all good and you're enjoying the session. My name is Phumeza Mpanzi, and I'm a software developer and researcher at the Information and Cybersecurity Center and here at the CSIR. I can proudly say that I am one of the successful products of the human capital development pipeline. I was a bursary holder for the CSIR, and I later joined the graduate in training program, and a year and a half later, I then got a permanent position here at the CSIR. I'm sure most of you might be saying that this seems like it was a smooth journey. However, that was not the case. I joined the bursary program in second year of my studies. Or actually in my third year. I only applied at my second year of my studies. So at this time, my parents had financial difficulties, and also that because that I'm a twin, they had to pay for both of me and my twin. And no, we don't look alike, me and my twin. If you've seen me, you have not seen her. So I joined the bursary program in my third year. And just to give a background as to what I had studied, so I studied computer science from the Nelson Mandela University, that is in Gqeberha, formerly known as Port Elizabeth. I grew up in a township called KwaZakele, and how I got into computer science was quite funny because I wanted to do anything that has to do with maths, because that's the subject that I most enjoyed. And I also wanted to do anything that has to do with computers because I was exposed to the CAT subject. I'm not sure it's still called CAT now. So that's what I had also studied. And so when I applied for computer science, that was in grade 12, I applied with my grade 11 results. And I wanted to do BSc Computer Science. However, the points that I had gotten in my final marks for grade 11 were a bit low than the requirement. And so what I did was I just wanted to apply for something so that I get into the university and then thereafter change to what I had wanted. So I applied for a BCom in computer science, and I got accepted for that. However, during my grade 12 matric, I got the motivation that I do want to do the BSc Computer Science degree. So during that year, that motivated me to get better marks for my matric, and which I did. So then when I got my results, I went back to the university and changed from the BCom to a BSc in computer science. Throughout the years, it was quite difficult because also from high school, what I knew about computers is that, okay, I can work with Excel and PowerPoint, and that's it. However, when I got into first year, I got introduced to coding, which at first was difficult, but through hard work, I got a hang of it, and it's what I enjoy doing now. And I remember in third year, there was this one particular module that was pretty hard for me, in which I remember for most of the tests was like 30% and 20%. And I remember there's a mark that you need to get for you to be able to write the exam. And for that module, I got 40% on the dot, which is the minimum requirement for you to write the exam. And that was the motivation for me to actually really study hard so that I can be able to graduate for my degree. And I was fortunate enough to actually graduate and do my honors. And also in honors, the gap between doing the undergrad to then doing my honors was quite steep for me. And I remember I had to do my honors in 2 years. But the course was actually a 1-year course. So in all of this, I just learned that through hard work, you can achieve what you want and get the support from your friends and family. And there will be times where you will think that you won't be able to make it. However, from the support that you get from friends and family, they'll be able to remind you that you can actually pull through and get to where you want. I just want to encourage you that you should take opportunities such as this one for you to be able to decide on what you want to do and decide on your career path. I encourage you to ask questions and also ask questions amongst the scientists that are here, including myself, and enjoy the session. Thank you.
So it's been very consistent. Not every single person that's been here that has presented to you has actually been an A student. It's very hard to believe, but they would not stand in front of you guys and not tell you the truth. So from this, take that we are real people who live a real life and have real outcomes. The difference is that we don't give up because we've got different motivations, but the outcome is always what you put in. So hard work, hard work, hard work, and more hard work. That's probably the only serious thing I'll say the whole day. Could we just have one more presenter before we take a break? Yes, no, maybe, sometimes, never. Yes, yes. I am welcoming the CSIR Geophysics, Tabang Harume.
How's everyone doing? Yeah, and thanks for the opportunity to come and talk to you. I'm a senior geophysicist with the CSIR. So maybe to start there, as the name suggests, there's a geo component and the physics. So it's the merging of the geosciences and mathematics and physics. So there, how one can basically go about this. Let's start back from your high school, the type of subjects you'll need to take, and maybe the type of person you are. You must love geosciences, of course, and mathematics, and also love physics. So those are the subjects you'll do. So you'll follow the science route. Then after that at high school, I basically went to university. I remember in the beginning, I actually was gonna more go into electrical engineering, but there was this open day where you have basically like exhibitions like this at the university, and you get to see different things. And that just highlights the importance of these sort of gatherings, so that you can be exposed to all sorts of different cool things that you can study. So that's where I actually got to understand what geophysics is, and ended up studying that. So in undergrad, you basically have to do mathematics and physics, and you can take other courses to build up your points, but those are the core courses. And you will also have to take geology, because it forms part of understanding that geoscience component of it. And from undergrad, actually geophysics comes in as an honors program. I studied that. Interestingly, when I was doing my project at honors level, my supervisor was from the CSIR. So I did, supervising from there, and went ahead, and I think I did an internship here at the CSIR also. So that speaks to the human capital development capacity of this organization. And then moving from there, I went to a studentship with the CSIR, where I did my master's degree in geophysics. And I really got to be exposed to professional work. I wasn't sitting at the university. I was actually expected to come to the office and work with researchers. So already from there was exposure to how the professional life looks, what research is all about. So that was also quite a good thing. Following that MSc, it was more of a natural growth to join the organization as a geophysicist. My application of geophysics is what we call in-mine geophysics. So we sit with the mining cluster. We're more involved with mining research and development. So we apply the techniques of geophysics in different types of mining environments: open cast, underground, different commodities, gold, platinum, coal. I should understand the importance of mining to this country. It's really a cornerstone of the economy of the country. So, and mining has changed a lot to what you've maybe have seen. While it was a dirty business and dangerous, things have really changed. And creative young minds like yours, those are needed when we talk about modernizing the mines. I'm sure you'll see later on when you go for exhibitions how we really need technology to transform the industry. We need our industry to be more competitive. That means we need to mine productively, but most importantly, safely. The human life is most important above everything else. So the mines have changed in terms of now we're looking at the applications of artificial intelligence, visual realities, just to have an understanding of what the mine is. Automation, it's also a big thing moving into the future. So we're really going to need inquiring minds, people who now computing is big, you guys, if you like computing and doing all cool things, software, programming, just to build new softwares. Some of you will go into robotics. We really need to start using robotics and those sort of things, UAVs and all these cool technologies that you guys deal with. When you're doing your gaming, we really would need someone to be in the control room as if they are gaming like you guys do, but they're actually working. So yes, so please pass by later on and just have a taste of what we do in mining, and hopefully we'll get 4 or 5 geophysicists out of you. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Tabang. All right, I am keeping my promise because I am a woman of my word. I am giving you 10 minutes bathroom break. Then we're going to have 3 presenters, and then we're going to eat the good food. Then we're only going for lunch. So for now, it's just so you guys can stretch. Your brain needs air, do the things that you need to do, take those selfies, connect with other students from other schools. So at 12:05, I need all of you to be seated down.
they want to study to become a biotechnologist. They can say that they want to study to be a teacher, nurse, but if you ask them to become a biotechnologist,
Settling down, we are going to have Donna present. She is going to open magnificently. Just come down, settle down. Please make sure you don't spill your drinks. Those that have open cups, just make sure you don't spill your drinks. So because we were apparently, like I said, rumor has it, we're having lunch. Please know that the very same lunch that you're having is the lunch that was prepared for you 3 presenters after. So that means that when I say it's lunchtime, your teachers will be escorted to a nicer place where they can intimately have lunch, and you guys are just going to get to know each other. But don't worry, it's the same food, eh? Same food, 5-star. Same food. I promise you, same food. Woo! Beauty. Eh?
Just because I'm supposed to say something.
It's 5 minutes, so you can tell.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to call you ladies and gentlemen, not boys and girls, because today we are all ladies and gentlemen. How are you? Aye. When I asked OB how you were treating her, she said there's vavavoom. I'm not feeling no vavavoom. How are you? That's more like it. How are you enjoying the day so far? Guys, what kind of vavavoom are you giving OB that you're not giving me? And I mean, I'm even wearing a sash and she's not. So I should be getting more vavavoom. Well, my name is Unati. I am a Mrs. Universe Africa finalist. Yeah! So my finale is on the 20th of August. So you guys must pray for me. If you pray, so that I win, so that I can represent the CSIR, so that people can know that we are not just about science and technology. It is a big part of what we do, but we also, nurture other talents as well, ne? Yes. So you can come here as a scientist and still enter a beauty pageant, ne? And still pursue your other dreams, ne? Yes. Okay, so enjoy the rest of your session, and whichever group I'll be leading, see you later. Bye.
CSIR is full of fun people. She's also from the communications department, so we are cool people. All right, are we all settled? Awesome. We are about to continue with the not so serious but yet very motivational talks, and may we kindly welcome from the Smart Places, the CSIR researcher, Ms. Donna.
Good afternoon to you, ladies and gentlemen. I am very honored to be here, and it's a different opportunity to be addressing learners, not learners, but ladies and gentlemen. Normally, like my other colleagues have said, we are always presenting our work to people who are ready to critique and to just look at the technical bit of it. But today we are here for a different purpose. So my name is Donna Simeyu. I am a researcher at the Energy Center under the Smart Places cluster. My work majorly focuses on the energy transition. We've all heard about the aspect of climate change. I believe we've also heard about the aspect of coal and what coal does to the environment. Have we heard about something like that? Yeah. So now my work as an engineer is to work together with the government and with the research institutions to be able to see if we are to move, because we need to move away from coal due to the effects that is making to the environment. So if we are to move, then what are we moving to in terms of the energy generation, and how are we moving so that we can be able to take everyone that is maybe a coal miner or a coal power plant worker, we can be able to take all those people with us together. But before I got here, I do have a journey. As you've heard, my name is Donna Simiyu. I am originally from Kenya. Kenya is, I come from a very tiny town in Kenya. Now, Kenya is on the eastern part of Africa. So I was born there in a very normal family. We were not very much well off. My father was an electrician. My mother was a secretary. And we were not very much, our family was not so ambitious, you know, there were no engineers, doctors, and all those things. So we were just going to school because we had to, and eventually we had to make something out of ourselves. So grades were not really something that we focused on. As long as you passed and you didn't fail, that was good for my parents and for the people around us. So my primary school was pretty much normal. I failed, but I never really, there wasn't much to speak about me. And then we, of course, my marks going to high school were not also very great, so my mother actually had to go and speak nicely to a principal of a high school for them to allow me in, because she thought that was a good school for me. So getting into high school, again, now that is, from primary school to high school, you get to high school and you realize things are not very easy. So from my first year, second year, I was failing hard. And in those days, back in Kenya, what we used to have is that the schools used to have a list. At the end of the terms, they would have a list of people. So these were 4 lists. The first one was the top 10. The second one was the most improved. The third one was the most dropped. And the fourth one was the bottom 10. Now, these last 2, I was a very good member of those last 2. Mostly, I would be a most dropped student. Sometimes I would even be in the bottom 10. And I was in those lists so much that I became comfortable. You know, I wasn't being kicked out of school. And my parents also were not expecting, you know, those very high grades. So I was okay. And then later on, when we were supposed to choose our electives, whether you would go into business, arts, or maybe sciences, I decided that, okay, sciences were hard, they were not for me. I was already failing, so I wanted to go into business. So when we were doing the exam, for you now to be able to choose this, I did my business exam because I wanted to do business courses. And then when the results came, the teacher came with the results, and it was a pile of papers. And what they would do, they would arrange the papers from the lowest to the highest. So the first person they call out, you know, that's the lowest, and the last person is the one who got the highest marks. So I knew I was going to be, you know, like maybe they would call me number 7 there, you know. Shock on me, the first person that was called was my name, Donna Simiyu. And you know, I was running away from sciences because I knew that business was my thing. But I actually got a 9% in that. So that was just a way of really kicking me out. And I really looked at that teacher and I really disliked him. Because I just thought, how can you give me a 9? I'm good in this. I'm not good in the sciences. So looking at my marks in the sciences, I had actually gotten just above the pass mark for me to be able to continue with those subjects. So I had to. I didn't like it, but I was forced to go into the sciences. So I started doing the sciences and moved on. And we had this class teacher who used to come and tell us, you know, as we were preparing to do our matric, he used to come and tell us, don't stress your parents when they are coming to pick when the results are coming out for the matric, because instead of your parents coming to school to ask the teacher, okay, what did my daughter get in terms of the marks? In Kenya, what used to happen at the time is that if you passed very well, your name would be in the paper. So you'd have your name there, your marks, and you know what you got. So your parents didn't have to go to school to maybe travel to school to ask the teachers, okay, how did my daughter perform? So this class teacher used to come and tell us, make sure you're on that list. Don't stress your parents to travel all the way to come to this place to ask for your marks. And at first, I really just didn't pay much attention to it. But later on, I asked myself, so what if this was me? I had already started moving out of those, my list, the bottom 10 and the most dropped. And now I was in the middle somewhere. But I asked myself, yeah, what if this was me? My family, like I said, didn't have much to talk about when it comes to performance. But as the more he talked about this newspaper thing, the more I really saw myself, and I asked myself, what if this was me? So I began to work hard, and I really worked so hard because, sciences are not easy. And I put in so much effort that when the results came out, indeed, my father walked to the newspaper stand, and there my name was. I passed highly enough to be able to appear in the newspaper in the nation. So after that, of course, having passed that well, there's a lot of courses you can select. So I selected to do electrical engineering because I had seen my father, who was an electrician, doing the work, and people would bring radios to him, and he would repair them, and I would see, it was almost like magic. This thing is not working, now it's working. So I wanted to do that. So I decided to go and do electrical engineering, and I joined the best university in the country. Now going in there, of course, I'm having that air of, my name is in the papers and what. And then I get into first year and second year, and I realize, this stuff is not high school. And I started failing again. And that is why I always tell some of the people that I talk to, just because you pass on one section does not mean you're going to pass on the next sections unless you put in even more hard work. And so I started putting in a lot of hard work. And in a class of 100 students, we were only 10 ladies. We were only 10 female students. And after doing all that hard work, at the end of the period when we were graduating in campus, we, the ladies that got in, we were 10, only one dropped out. So 9 of us graduated out of a class of 88. And I was I was the only lady that did get first class honors during that year. So again, I have again been elevated. So I'm thinking, thank you. I'm thinking, here I am, again, this is a good achievement. So I applied and I got a job in a cement manufacturing company. Lafarge, a branch exists here as well. And so I got into Lafarge thinking to myself, this is, I have done well in school, so I can do this. Give me the engineering job. So they gave me a section to head. It was a cement milling section. Now, when I was doing my university, at the time, it was not very easy to get internships. Here, I see there's a lot of focus for people to go into internships, especially when they're in campus. But back then, for me, it wasn't very important. So I was just breezing through. I would go through the simple internships just for them to mark my paper and to say, okay, she attended. So now getting into Lafarge, this is a cement manufacturing industry. The motors are as big as a car. I mean, these things are very huge. The wires go here and go there and go there. But I was thinking to myself, I have passed engineering. What is going to be so hard here? So they gave me a hard hat overall and all those things, and they gave me one important thing, which was a radio, or rather a walkie-talkie. And this thing was supposed to be on the entire time because I'm heading a section. So if there's any stoppage, you have to make sure that this thing is rectified on time. After all, you're an electrical engineer, graduated first class, you should be able to do these things. So as I'm walking around with my radio and feeling myself, so one day the plant stops and the operator comes on the radio and says, Donna, cement mill is down, go and work on it. So I carry my toolbox. We were given a very nice toolbox with everything you can imagine in there. So, I'm thinking, I'm the spanner girl of this place. And my queue in the electrical section, I was the only female. So all the other men, I was really feeling myself, honestly. Because I was thinking, I've arrived. So I carry my toolbox and I get on site. And these motors, my goodness, they were so big. And then I go and open the panel and the fires are going like this, like this, like this, like this. And the operator is on the radio calling my name and saying, Donna, you need to work on it. And I am looking at this, I have no idea where this is starting and where this, I have a meter, I don't even know how to, I know how to use the meter, but I don't know where to put it. Where can I just need to make this thing set so that the person on the radio can stop calling my name. And secondly, so that when we are doing the report, that stoppage is going to register, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 40 minutes. Who was working on it? Donna. Why didn't you rectify it fast enough? It means you really don't know your stuff. So I was there and I was seeing black. I was seeing darkness, but it was day. I was so confused. And the reason is because when I was in campus, I was focusing so much on the theory part, but I was not focusing on going into like the things you guys are doing now, getting into the work environment and understanding how you're going to apply that theory into the real work environment. I was not very keen on internships. So all these motors, I was just like, when you're being taken through the induction, I was seeing the motor and I was like, yeah, nice motor. But I did not know how these things were working inside there. So when the thing stops and they tell you, now Donna, work on this motor, it is darkness. And what happens is, when you're afraid, it's like things disappear. English goes, everything just starts to leave you. And that is what happened at the time. And so I learned a very humbling lesson. Although I had passed, although I had come from a very high-performing place, I really needed to drill down and really need to know my stuff. And secondly, coming into an employment workplace, first of all, it's also important to just be able to go down to the ground and really understand how this wire moves from here to here and why it is not moving to this other place. And if somebody has messed up the panel, how do I connect everything so that I can be able to solve a problem in record time? So then, from that humbling experience, I was able to bring myself down, and I decided to go down, and take a lot of extra time. I worked a lot of extra hours to be able to do, and to be able to really understand how the plant works. Eventually, I got into a lot of leadership positions, and during that time, that is when I noticed how the energy environment was moving, because at the time, the energy environment was really changing. And I got an opportunity one day when we were on a work trip, actually from Kenya to South Africa. I got an opportunity to speak to one of the professors at the University of Pretoria, who was telling me about how the energy landscape is changing. And from there, he introduced me to an opportunity, or rather a scholarship. And because I was really looking out just to see how is the environment changing and how can I change with it, which is also one other thing that I would encourage you guys to do. Always be on the lookout. Don't just focus on what you're doing, but be on the lookout in terms of how is the environment changing. We are talking about energy transition. This is not something that was there quite a few years ago in South Africa, or rather in Africa. So you need to keep your ears and your eyes open in terms of how the environment is changing and how you can fit into this changing environment. So I was introduced to a scholarship. It was a very nice scholarship, paying everything from your accommodation to your flight ticket, even giving you money for airtime. That was the MasterCard Foundation, and that is how I quit my job in Kenya and flew to South Africa to come and study. I did my master's, again, having had that experience, or rather that motivation to work hard. I managed to of course, just pass well in my master's, and now I'm doing my PhD in electrical engineering at the University of Pretoria. And also now handling this very important subject and something that I'm very passionate about, which is the energy transition. So in this story, and even from the other stories that you've had, sometimes there's really not a clear path to these things. But the persistence that you have, and you recognizing that the failure that you had before does not define your path going forward. If you do not have people that are close to you who have done things that maybe you dream of, look for them, seek out for them. Come and talk to the people who are here, get our contacts, so that we can begin to maybe work with you and take you through a journey that will be able to be more satisfying for you. And the other thing also that I will continue to stress is, whenever you get an opportunity to visit an industry, to work with people who are in employment, make sure you join into that, so that you can be able to relate whatever you're learning with whatever is in the industry. And in so doing, you'll realize that physics, sciences, and all this, they're not really hard. Once you begin to relate the two, you'll begin to realize that you can be able to solve real-time problems. Now that we are having a transition and we are going to figure out how we're going to replace coal with renewable energy sources, if you are able to figure out how to be able to just think in this industry, then you can provide solutions for our country so that we can achieve our climate change goals. So I thank you for listening to me, and I hope that I've been able to change the mind or convince one of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Donna, from two to a PhD student. Thank you very much. That means that some of us are still in the darkness, no board, zero. But there's hope that we will ask more questions, right? Remember, I will keep on reiterating. Ask questions. Ask questions.
there's going to be a time where it will be relevant for you to ask questions. You guys are so full. Please don't fall by sleeping on your chairs. I'm afraid to say stand up. The next thing, things will be coming out. It's fine. Just be seated. We will be welcoming our next presenter. As the presenter is making way, I don't know how we're going to get our blood flowing. Let's rather sit, but as we're sitting, in 3, 2, 1, we're going to say CSIR is epic 3 times. All right. Happiness? Ooh, I'll give you an edge. It's okay. It's okay. I didn't eat, so nothing is going to come out because I'm still intact. All right. Ooh, and you guys are alive, hey? Like everyone can now start seeing that you are eating, and you are full, and you are sleepy. Ooh. Okay, in 3, 2, 1, CSR is epic! CSR is epic! CSR is epic! And you are epic. All right, the next presenter is from the coding. They are apparently the very cool people and relevant people. Please, as Mteto Sovara is making way, the CSIR researcher for the Center for High Performance Computing, let us give him or her a round of applause, please.
Still morning, ladies. Oh, it's actually afternoon. Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. So my name is Mteto Sovara. I want to talk to you this afternoon about, the impact coding has in our lives going into the future. I'm a research engineer at the Center for High Performance Computing, which you saw is in Cape Town. I support codes and research programs in earth system science, astronomy, and physics. So just to check if everybody's still here, I want to start with a quiz. I'll just kick it off with a quiz. Actually, what? Oh, but I want to help you prepare for your examination. Let's talk a bit about trigonometry. I see some hands are up already. Let's talk a bit about trigonometry, right? Let me ask you a question. So how many of you know the sum of the angles inside a triangle?
Afternoon, y'all. Afternoon, everybody. So, the sums of the angle give us a total of 108.
Yeah. Well done, well done. That is actually correct. So, if you take any triangle, let's say you take a 30, 60, 90 triangle, or a 45, 45, 90 triangle, it all sums up to 180 degrees. How many of you knew that?
Suddenly there's more heads,
That's good.
I see you.
That's good. Well, now suppose Dr. Misler and I, walked up to a large field, and then we laid out a very large triangle. And then after comparing our calculations, we see that, well, the sum of these angles is greater than 180. What would you conclude? That myself and Chuck screwed up again. What would you expect from Teto and Chuck? Well, no. So if we check our calculations and the angles actually are greater than 180 degrees, so we can conclude that, well, actually, we have encountered the curvature of the Earth. In other words, we have discovered a third dimension, right? And at this point, I want to talk about large multi-dimensional weather and climate data. So if we decompose the Earth into small grid cells in the horizontal plane and in the vertical plane, we can then go and investigate each block and its neighbors. And then in this case, we would want to, in the case of weather and climate, we could then start approximating, the derivatives of velocity and pressure using some known, mathematical techniques. Now the thing is, if this were to be done by hand for every grid cell in the horizontal plane and in the vertical plane for every hour of every day, of every week, of every month, of every year, it would take us a considerably long time to get to the solution. Errors can and will occur, and it only means that we would have to repeat the entire process over and over and over and over until we reach a reasonable solution. And now, introducing supercomputers or high-performance computers. So numerically, we can approximate, the evolution of geophysical fluids like the atmosphere or the ocean over time using Newtonian mechanics, namely Newton's second law, and supercomputers. So the world's first exascale supercomputer was launched a couple of months ago in May 2022. At 1.1 exaflops, it is the world's fastest supercomputer. It can do more than a quintillion calculations per second. You may be asking yourself, well, how fast is that? It would take the entire population of the world more than 4 years to solve what Frontier can do in 1 second. Yeah. And so I just want to talk about briefly some applications of the kind of work that we do. So this is in the weather and climate space. You will remember a couple of months ago there was a very devastating flood in KZN, right? So using geophysical models and supercomputers, the South African Weather Service was able to predict the flood a week before it happened. This is a satellite image, and it was taken at 12 o'clock on the day of the flood. I think this is the pointer here. So you can see some cyclonic circulation there, drawing in moisture from the Indian Ocean and dumping it in the eastern borders of our country. So this is, some of the work that supercomputers are helping us to do. And other applications include, computational chemistry and drug development. For instance, the genomics and COVID-19 research. We can also use them in computational fluid dynamics, where we can design, aerodynamic Formula One cars and passenger jets and all sorts of things like that. HPC, interestingly, has also been used to design consumer packaged goods like the aerodynamics of Pringles. You know, so the shape wasn't just, you know, they actually, you know, had to actually find an optimal shape that would give them the edge over their competitors. And supercomputers have been useful in, you know, that kind of work. But they're also useful in medicine. You know, supercomputers and artificial intelligence are now playing a large role in the field of medicine. And at this point, I just want to mention that to you young people that I have found that growth is found in the margins of things, you know. So I want to implore you not to be comfortable with traditional ways of doing things. Do not be afraid. Do not fear to tackle new challenges. You know, live life in the margins. You know, apply what you know in other fields. That is where you probably will grow the fastest. So, what do you need to do this kind of work? And what are the tools of this trade? You'll obviously need a computer. You'll need to learn some kind of programming language. In scientific computing, we mainly use Python and MATLAB. But you also then need to apply this in some kind of real-world problem, you know, like big data, cloud computing, cybersecurity, simulation work, autonomous systems. And you also need to learn how to use the Linux operating system. You may or may be asking yourself, but where do I start? Yes, you. Where can you start? I recommend the Scratch programming language. So this is a software developed at MIT, and it'll give you a good introduction to, you know, coding and programming. It has a graphical user interface, as you will see later on, that, you know, programming languages, some do have this and some don't. But this does. It has a panel where you can actually write your code, lines of commands, as you do for any program. Here, you know, you have your output panel where your commands are visualized. And then it also has a panel where you control your variables. So this kind of layout is a layout you will see in any kind of programming language. I won't take up a lot of your time, so I'll end it here. My contacts are there. If you guys are interested in getting the software, installing Linux operating system on your computer, feel free to give us a call. Give me a call with your parent. Come and visit our offices here, and we will get you started and also point you in the right direction. And so I thank you for your time. I wish you all the best. Okay. Any questions with what you've seen? I see one question from the back. There's another question from the lady, and another question from the gentleman. So 3 questions. I hope I can answer.
Hello. I was just asking, is it possible to get the contents for a friend that is interested in coding?
Okay, my slide is gone. But I'll be still around, so you can just pull me by the jacket and I'll give it to you. Oh yeah, there it's back up. So you can put my mobile number there. Give me a call with your parent. I'll quickly get you sorted out. Send me an email. Follow me on LinkedIn, on Twitter. My content is mainly academic. Oh, there's another one.
Hi, everyone. I have nerves now. I wanted to ask, as a teacher applying for kids, there's been this information or maybe this thing that people say, how IT is no longer the career, how it was, it's now saturated and whatnot. But after you've shown all that, the career options, I wanted to know, what can you advise to these kids in terms of those that are still interested in IT? Does it then link to some of the careers? Because there's computer science, there's this, but also there's coding. Is there like a link? Can they start with IT and still somewhat land or get on the path for that whole, yeah, the English is gone, but yes.
Well, I wouldn't say that IT is done. You know, we are getting into the fourth industrial, revolution era, and everything is data driven. Information technology. So it's right in there. You know what I mean? And I would advise young people, to seriously think about, careers in coding and programming, because, this affects every aspect of our lives. It's shown, like, if you want to be a medical doctor these days, well, in the near future, patients wouldn't even have to go to see physically the doctor. I mean, you could get analyzed at home, using technology. It's just going to affect every aspect of life as we know it, So think about how what you are doing now can be computational, and then just follow that up. I'm not sure if that answers your question.
Afternoon again.
Afternoon.
I would like to ask something. There are apps that helps with coding, right? Like there's this app called Grasshopper, there's other called Java. They say they supply certificates. Let's say maybe I do the course and then I finish it. After I get the certificate, can I go to a company and say, I would like to be employed to their company using the certificate I got from an app?
A certificate you got from an app?
Yes, man. So like there's these apps that say they certify, they give you certificates for coding, right?
Well, the short answer is probably no. The short answer, quick answer is probably no. I think you have to go the hard way. Go to varsity. Get proper training, and come to places like the CSIR and get proper exposure. So, all right. Oh, there's one more question.
Hi, everyone. My name is Musa Matabi, and I'm representing School Lily. My question is, when and how, actually it's how did coding change from zeros and ones into actual words? Like from comments from zeros and ones, like back then. How did they change it into actual words like we used it now?
Right. So we use things called compilers, to compile the zeros and ones into language, humans can read. So there's actual technology and software that is developed and used for that specific purpose of converting those zeros and ones into human readable language. You have to just go and read about what compilers do. Every software that I have come across uses a compiler first. You have to compile it in your environment, and then you can start then writing your lines of code. That's a technical question, something you meet at varsity, but it's good to start asking those kind of questions and follow those up with actual, investigations. Compiler.
He deserves a cap.
Oh, you deserve a cap.
For those who still have questions, like I've been saying all day, follow these people. They're very nice people. And thank you, Mr. 0 and 1s and 2s and 3s and 4s and 5s. Yeah, ask the questions. I love the fact that you guys are now starting to, I think maybe in about the next 30 minutes, you'll be hungry again because I'm seeing that you're no longer as full as you were about 20 minutes ago. Yeah, ne. Thank you so much, Mr. 01 and 2, in the 012. Thank you very, very much. It was very insightful. I got a couple of insights as well just from your presentation, so thank you so much, Mteta. I will be welcoming people who are as short as me, as young as me, and they can never be as cool as me, right? I'm the cool one, right? Yeah, I feel you guys. You feels me, I feels you. That's what's up. Okay, a round of applause to me. All right, coming up, the next presenters are Bonisa Kwange, Busiswa Marole, and Koketso Busilo. They will be presenting about transport systems and operation in impact area. Ladies and ladies. Guys, please smile. It's really not easy standing in front of you all. Please smile. That's it.
Shoo. Hello. How are you? I'm fine, thank you. It is nice to be here, nice to see all of you. You know, I was sitting at the back. You look better from the back because your eyes are not on me. You know what I mean? Not to really be, but yeah. Greetings to everyone. My name is Boni Swakwange, as our lovely MC has said, but you can call me Boni, please. Ne? Even if we meet somewhere in mainland, please call me Boni. So I'm with my colleagues here. They'll quickly introduce themselves just now. We are from the Smart Mobility Cluster. So we'll quickly just run you through what we do as Smart Mobility and how we got to work for the CSIR looking as cute and young as we are. Okay, so I'll just begin first quickly with my journey and how I got to the CSIR. So I went to Cornerstone College. Does anyone know Cornerstone College? Let me to Helen, eh? You know Helen? You guys don't know Cornerstone. Okay, it's fine. So I went to Cornerstone College and I did maths and science, maths, life science, and geography. And then, yeah, my maths was not that great. I'm just being honest. I was at 5s and 6s, but I tried my best. And then varsity, I applied for urban and regional planning with Wits University. Does anybody know urban and regional planning? Have you ever heard of that? Okay, does anyone know architecture? Okay, so urban and regional planning is like architecture on a bigger scale, right? So architecture is more focused on the building, but urban and regional planning is more focused on the entire built environment. So the roads, the residential areas, so that's where you live, the CBDs, the industrial areas. Do you understand what I mean? So if you zoom out on the map, that's what urban and regional planning is all about. So I finished my degree, and then I went to study overseas for 1 year, just to get a break from SA, you know what I mean? Okay, and then how I got to study overseas, I think you can just write this down. There's something called the BRICS program. So the BRICS program offers exchange programs with different universities. So this is for once you're in varsity, right? It offers exchange programs, so they take a few students from your university and a few students from another university, and then, you understand? Yes. So I got to do that for 1 year, and then I came back, and then I finished my honors, and then I applied to be an intern at the CSIR, and then a couple of years later, I was absorbed as a permanent employee. So I'll hand over to my colleague, Lebu, and Lucy to quickly run you through their journey in the CSIR.
Hi everyone. How are you guys doing? Okay, I'm also fine. My name is Kogyotso Busilong. I go by the name Lebu. Sorry. You can also greet me when you see me anyway, Nji. So, yeah, I studied in the Northwest mostly, in different high schools, but in the Northwest. And then after my matric, I went to study in the Northwest University in Mafikeng, the Mafikeng campus. I did. Are you also from Mafikeng? Hey. So yeah, and then I did transport economics there. I did my BCom degree and my honors in transport economics in the Northwest University. And then basically, I studied commerce subjects in high school. I didn't study physics or anything of that sort. However, I did pure maths with the commerce subjects. So basically, transport economics is all about transport, transport planning, basically everything that's got to do with transport. Again, we use transport every day for our goods to travel to school, to work. So basically, as transport economics, we see ways that we can make transport more accessible, more affordable, by providing different types of transports, buses, taxis, and all those sort of things. And then my CSIR journey, I applied to be an intern here. So I was busy, after completing my honors, I went to do financial management in a TVET college. Then when I was there, I got a call for, hey, girl, come for an interview, And I pitched up and I nailed it, and yeah, that's how I got here.
Hi everyone. So the MC got my name wrong. I'm actually Busisiwe Marore. Anyways, I actually studied maths and science at Biru High School. I saw Paswanas here. Are you guys, is the Paswana that I'm thinking of, our neighbor? Is Paswana High School here? You guys are here? Oh,
Yay.
great. So you know Biru, right? It's not the one. Okay, anyways, maybe I got that wrong, but we had a neighboring school called Paswana. It was right next to Mbiri. This is in Venda by Sibasa. So yeah, then I did maths and science, and I went to Wits University to study civil engineering. I had applied for the CSIR Bursary while I was in grade 12. Yeah, I heard about them in settings like these. CSIR does a lot of these exhibitions and outreaches, so you guys are very privileged to, get this kind of information. So yeah, I was like, at that stage where, information was presented to us and how to apply forms. They brought forms and all of that, but now we're in 2022, you guys can, you're the AMA 2000, so you can Google these forms for yourselves. But anyways, so yeah, then I went to study at Wits University, civil engineering, being sponsored by CSIR. So my only worry or stress was academic related, books-wise, tuition, res, allowance, it was all covered, and that was a really great opportunity. Then I joined the CSIR in the graduate training program. So it was myself and a group of other, like Pumeza, who presented earlier. We were all in the same graduate program. And then as time goes on, you get exposure in the different, so depending on what you studied, you'll be placed in whatever field within the CSIR, because CSIR is huge, it's like a huge, campus, it's like a university campus with different departments, different clusters. So I was in the smart mobility cluster, and in there's different divisions. So I got exposed to, for me it was every 12 months where I got to be rotated throughout the different clusters, and you're kind of given that opportunity to choose where, if you like a supervisor or not. I'm joking. It's more about it's more about the kind of work, where you feel that you grow more and get more exposure, because you get in as an individual. You need to have your own career plan and know what you want to do with your degree, because it's, anyone can tell you, okay, do this and do that, but you have to decide. And that's the great privilege that you get exposed to if you go through the GIT program. Then after the GIT program, I also got a permanent offer to be permanent employee, which was a relief. So now I get to know that I have a job security and doing research that I love. So yeah, without taking too much of your time, I will hand over to Bonnie for the quick game.
Okay, so we're just gonna play a quick game, ne? Just before we go into our other presentation. Is that fine? Okay, does everyone know the game on the stage? On the stage. On the stage, okay. Everyone clap with us, ne? So I'm going to call the name of your school, and I'm gonna say on the stage. No, you won't come here, relax, ne? Oh, okay. You don't have to come here. So when I say the name of your school on the stage, you all stand up so we can see you, ne? And then we will choose one person. Aha. We will choose one person, and then that person will tell us their name, where their school is, because we all don't know who's where. You will tell us where your school is, and then you will tell us what is your school known for. Yeah. I guess we all know there's those schools that are known for this and that. Okay, let's all go then. Okay. On the stage. CR Swart 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 on the stage. Please choose just anyone there. Yay!
Hi everyone.
Hi.
My name is Jenna and my school is in Waverley. My school is known for our rugby team, and a lot of boys from our school actually get in the blue bulls. So
Wow. Yay. Okay. Let's go again. Another one. Aring. On the stage. Prosperitas on the stage. Prosperitas on the stage. Prosperitas on the stage. I think someone called Milano or Mila, something along there. He requested to dance and to speak. Please show yourselves there. Milano. On the stage. Please tell us your name, where your school is, and what your school is known for.
Good afternoon. My name is Milano, and I'm from Prosperitas. My school is in Easterus, and my school is talented in Gajol.
Shoo! Yeah, Okay, we'll do 2 more and then we'll be done. 1 more. One more, ne? 1. 1, 2. Okay, Arjen. Okay. Okay. On the stage. On the stage. Ridumezi on the stage. Ridumezi on the stage. Ridumezi on the stage.
Oh, this one.
Please.
The one with the mask. No, the one with the mask.
The one with the mask.
Oh.
The one was there. There she is. Tell us your name. Hi, everybody.
My name is Kutuano, and we are from Tumeti High School in Sashangube Block Air. Our school is known for academic excellence. The girl.
Yes. Wow, thank you so much. Thank you so much. So we'll just quickly go through our quick presentation, just showing you one of the projects that we've been working on. So just be careful. After this, we're going to have a quick. Do you have a question? Do you wanna dance?
You wanna dance? Okay, we'll pick you afterwards. Let's just quickly present and then we'll attend to you.
No, not as it. You guys can, I just need to. Okay. Sorry to interject. You know, when I use big words, it's because I'm being serious. I'm talking serious business. I'm joking. Can the team leaders please meet our team leader outside, please? I just needed to make that announcement before we actually go for lunch. And the ladies will continue being on the stage.
Thank you.
Are you fine? Okay, we'll just quickly continue with, we're just going to present one of the projects that we worked on. So after this, we'll just have a quick quiz and with more giveaways, so please pay attention. So, okay, I'm not sure if this is clear, but this is one of the apps that we developed under Smart Mobility. It's called the Pothole Fix GP app. So it was developed for mainly only Gauteng, the Gauteng province, so mainly for Gauteng motorists. So we realized that most of the roads have potholes. And most of us that have cars don't know where to report these potholes, right? So we don't have a platform in the province where we can report the potholes and that the government can know that this particular road has potholes. So this app was developed by the Gauteng Department of Roads and Transport in partnership with the CSIR and Think Ninjas. You heard those three, ne? Okay. With Think Ninjas and, okay, I think we can just loop through the presentation just so you can see. So it was developed to kind of create a communication between the government and Gauteng motorists. So as soon as you download the app, so it's available on Google Play Store and on App Store. It's not yet on Huawei. So as soon as you download the app, you will see that it will say to you, introduced by the Gauteng department and the CSIR. So this is how the app looks once you're inside. You're able to report a pothole, and then once you report a pothole, you're able to see all the different potholes that have been reported in the province. And then you're also able to get emails or feedback on whether your pothole is being fixed, whether a team has been sent to actually attend to your pothole. So as you can see with these tires, these are the different sizes that we make allocation for on the app. So we ask you, how big is your pothole? Is it 1 tire big, 2 tires big, or it's a swimming pool, right? So this page, this is where you put in your details and allow us to speak to you, to say to you, the pothole you reported 2 weeks ago, there's a team on the field right now that's attending to your pothole. Yes. So this last page, I don't know if you saw that just before it ran out. So they give you a reference number for the particular pothole that you have reported, and we're able to continually check the app to see how far your pothole is. Has it been fixed? Is it still there, or what? And the beauty of this app is that there's also a picture. There's a part where you can take a picture and upload it on the app to actually show the government that this pothole really does exist. And once they fixed it, they also upload a picture to also show you that indeed this pothole has been fixed. So if you know that your mom and dad is always complaining about potholes, please tell them to download Pothole Fix GP, and we will attend to their potholes. Is that fine? Did I say everything that's on the question?
So, okay. Okay, now it's time for the questions. We were checking if you guys have been listening, right? So the first question is, what is the name of the app? Okay. Well, the mom will be
No, we can't give her. She's already won. See, because
okay.
she already can't give her. She's already
She already won. So somebody else. Okay. Sorry. The girl with the stand up, please.
It's the Pothole Fix GPM.
And then the second question is, where can we download this app?
Okay, you're only choosing from the front there.
Oh, okay. So the Khata must not choose from the front. Let me choose from the back. Okay. Yes, okay. Yeah, you're already up, so might as well.
Yes. Okay, so she'll give you your cap. The next question that I'm going to ask is, who was involved in developing the app? The lady there, I saw her head first, right next to the one in peach.
So the three main people who were involved were the CSIR, the Department of Transport and Roads, and then I got it.
Has to do with?
Sorry, my heart is beating really fast.
No, it's fine.
Wait.
Should I give you a clue?
Think Ninja.
Yay. The last question, who gets to benefit from the app? No, ask who? Who did Bonnie say? Okay.
Greetings, guys. People who use transport can benefit from this app. Transporteers. Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
You know, if it was me, I would have said me in 5 years driving my X5, not people who use. Huh? I told you, it's all about you being not just hyped up, but also realizing that it's possible. If it's possible with me, if it's possible with my colleagues, it's definitely possible with you. Real people, real life, right? Not just Instagram. We are not just Instagrammers. We're real people who are controlling their Instagram. All right. So it's lunchtime, but you guys had your lunch. So there's plenty. So every single one of you will just see the nice people coming inside. They all look like me, eh? Branded. These are my colleagues. My colleagues, you can make your way so that our esteemed guests for the day can know who will be portioned in groups when we return from lunch, because it will be exhibition time. So no more listening, no more sitting, we are walking. Huh?
Come. It's a group A, B.
Get lunch for one.
No, it's not
Really?
lunch. We're
Not
not going to
anymore?
lunch.
Oh,
No.
okay.
It's a Masilo, it's exhibition. Group A.
All right, can we have fun order, please? Fun people still do have order, you know. Order. We're not in court, but I'm just saying order. All right, so you'll be split in groups, and can our educators kindly just stand up and go towards the lady that's raising her hand right at the door. Right at the door. Very nice, very not so tall, but very not so short lady. Yes. Can our educators please make way that way? Thank you very much. And us who are the cool ones, the VVIPs, are remaining seated. And NGOs, educators as well. Our parents who are with their children, please also make way. Don't worry, your kids are safe with me. All right, so I will be calling the different groups that you will be in, and you will then nicely and orderly stand up and go towards any person that has raised their hand. Group A and B, please stand up. If you know you're in group A and B, please stand up. Let's go. Forget lunch, you all ate lunch. Let's go, let's go, let's go. To the left, swiftly. You will have lunch. I promise you, you'll have lunchtime. Please go towards the lady that has her hand raised up. Mishali, that is your group. As Group A and B are making their way to their team leader, can Group C and D start standing up from their chairs, please? And your team leader is Katleho. Katleho, please raise your hand so that your team can see you. It's fine, I swapped them. It's fine. I swapped them. Group E and F. Yeah. No, I swapped them. So and then push out that. Yeah, push out. No, give me this number 2. So push out the number 3. Group E and F, your team leader is Portia. Portia, please raise your hand. She's right at the corner on the right side. Woo! That way. Raise your hand. Group GH, please stand up. You are with the Miss Beautiful Unati. Make your way towards her.
Oh my goodness.
Group I and J, please stand up. Group I and J, please stand up. You are with Soku. Soku, please raise your hand so that your team can see you. Right at the back. She's right at the back. There she is. Group K and L, please stand up. You are with Mutendeni. Please raise your hand so that they can see you. She's right at the back on the left corner. Group M and N, please stand up. Your team leader is Kulani. Kulani is right at the corner by, he's raising his hand right there at the corner. He's at Agri, right at the corner. Group O and P, please stand up. You are with Dikweche. Group O and P, please stand up. Make your way to Rihanna. She has her hand raised up. She's right in front on my left side. My left, your right. Group Q and R, please stand up. Your team leader is Given. Given is right next to the door. There he is. Make way to him. Group S and T, please stand up. And your team leader is Tandi. She's right in front. There. Group U and V. Group U and V. Your team leader is Nolwazi. She has both her hands raised up. Group W and X, please stand up. Make way to the lady that is in a white t-shirt, Bonang. Right towards the door. W and X, make way to Bonang. Group Y and Z, please make way to David. David, please raise your hand. There is David. Make way towards David, please. And our last group, the AA. Please stand up. The AA team. But your name? So, Please join David's group. Is everybody allocated to their groups? Q and R given. Given what's I mean? Give it as a pew left you pothole. Yeah, I'm on Teams. Yeah, with nothing. Okay, let me check so I can say something. I'm not on Teams. I'm not on Teams now because I would have to. Yeah, you can type something that we are out in. Yeah, they can join. Daddy.
You are miss 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Aren't these cameras going to distance?
No, yeah.
But they are not. We see if they are still alive.
Or do you rather want us to take it?
So it's only this. No, you can mention it because they can still hear your voice.
Okay. To our virtual VVIPs, kindly note that the exhibitions will be done by 2:30, 14:30. Thank you very much. We look forward to you connecting again with us.
everyone. Can we please rotate? The time is up. Thank you. Hello, please rotate, please. Move to the next stand. Apparently, I'm not saying it the right way. Move to the next stand, please. Thank you, Giddy.
Oops. We have the portrait. I'm not sure if all of these kids are the same.
Hi everyone, please move to the next stand. Time is up. Can we please move, please, so that we can keep the time? Learners, there's a Q&A session after exhibitions. So don't stress, don't get worried that you won't have an opportunity to ask a question. So please, you can move to the next stand. Thank you.
Hello, time is up. It's me again. Please move to the next stand. Thank you. Please move to the next stand, please. Thank you.
Come. Go, my baby.
Ura is mooi, hoor.
Okay, my sending the
So
pictures to-
beautiful.
Who am I sending the pictures
To me. To me, I have my phone on me.
I'm not sending them now.
Okay, but yeah, here's my number. Kom sit dit op. En je gaat mijn nummer vat en dan save it en dan stuur je het op mijn
And also the name of the school, because it's going to help people.
What's the hashtag?
NSW
And you must use
2022.
this hashtag, Nika. Yeah.
And also as hashtag CSIR.
On Instagram.
And follow us so that you.
follow us.
Yeah.
Montai Prosperity Secondary.
Ja, dat vir my stuur net.
Yeah.
Je moet my uw nummer geven.
Ja, ek sal dit opsit.
Ah, maak je ping, ping.
You guys have a phone, you
Gaan
can take
baie,
with your
gaan sê die
phones.
pictures, die filters.
You want to take
Where
with your
she-
phone?
she's leaving.
Yeah, sorry, she has to leave because there's a lot to cover.
Oh my gosh.
Vat mijn hele phone.
Kom hier,
That was
laat
nice.
me vat my phone.
Hi everyone. Can we please move to the next stand? Time is up. We have a group that's waiting here from outside. We still have exhibitions outside.
Okay, thank you. That was
There's a lot to go
You're
through.
welcome. Let me give you.
Thank you.
Kom. Let's see if it's a picture.
Could the last group please head to smart places? Can you guys go to smart places? Go there. There. I'm actually starting to love events because people not everything that I'm doing leads me today. Like I've been doing a lot. When I'm in a short space, I've worked with all of you. Yes. So I really love that. Let's see. Hey, do you guys have something in the
Hello, everyone, please move to the next stand. Time is up.
I send an email to all of the schools, the people that I'm communicating with. These are the times. You understand? They're taking me back there. I'm already, but I'm going
Ladies and gentlemen, it's officially... The cool people on the left side are starting to be excited, huh? It's time for us to be seated. Okay, I'll give you guys 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes. Those who've already completed the exhibition stand may start being seated. Your 2 minutes is up, ladies and gentlemen. Let's all be seated.
Biotech.
Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues within the exhibiting stands, you may now proceed to the deck. Fellow colleagues, when you are done and there are no students in your stand, please go to the deck. One last call. Exhibitors, please go to the deck. Thank you so much. All right, so fun times are beginning. I will be asking you quizzes. That's it. I'll be asking you questions, and those who have not received anything other than the bag, the fabulous bag that has fabulous things inside, it's your opportunity to get more stuff. I've got bottles, I've got caps, I've got other things. So the more you are attentive, it's probably benefit to you, because then you will be getting more gifts. These are not your easy questions. It's the questions that are meant to be questions that you were supposed to be asking. Remember, I said ask questions. So, in the Next Gen Health exhibition, the stand that I believe every single one of you passed by. Oh well. For those that were able to pass by the Next Gen Health, it's the one in the very nice bright corner. If you pass by there, I have a question for you. Name one bodily sample that Ishran, who is one of the presenters there, worked with. One bodily sample. Yes, bodily. One bodily. Please do not shout the questions, the answers to the question. Let's try to make it difficult to those that are not sure. At the back there. Please stand up. Yes, you. Could we get the mics, please? Thank you so kindly. Next question.
Should I mention only one?
If you know more than one, please be my guest.
Okay, I think he worked with blood, urine, and I think he also said stool.
Yes. Nice one. You mentioned one that no one else thought of, stool.
The hand here, I'm not sure if it's...
That hand is very futuristic. We're going to ask another question, and the very same hand is going to answer the question. Yes. Microorganisms are also what? What are microorganisms also known as? Please do not shout.
Here's the hand.
Ladies and gentlemen, do you want me to say boys and girls? We've been doing so well.
They can also be called gems.
That's it. Probiotics is something you take after taking what?
There's a hint.
Give.
Okay.
Probiotics are something that we take after taking antibiotics.
Can you say that again?
Antibiotics.
That's it. Yeast eats up sugars and releases what?
Is that 10 there?
Stand up. Stand up.
Ethanol.
That's it. Gents, represent, gents. We're almost done with the questions. Gents, represent. Tandiwe is a farmer, but what is her profession? Tandiwe is with smart places. Gents, represent.
Hello.
Settle
Okay.
down, settle down,
please.
settle down.
We have a gentleman here.
She does chemical engineering.
That's it. But why does it feel like you guys have turned this into a group task? It's like you guys are helping each other. All right, all right. How big is the exhaust on electric vehicles? Electric vehicles, how big is the exhaust?
The guy
Ma'am, there's no exhaust.
Can you say that again?
There's no exhaust.
That's it! It's a trick question. Mufi. And the last question. How many clusters are there within the CSIR?
Yes,
There's 9 clusters.
That's it! All right, settle down, settle down. So now the tables are turning, right? You get to ask questions, and you get to also ask the questions via hashtag when you follow us. So I say to you, questions, 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 bring what? Solution, 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 which is what CSIR is all about, right? All right, any questions? We'll have one question from each representative from a school. Is that a deal? All right. Whenever you're ready, you can.
there is a hand, I don't know what for.
Please just mention the name of the school, your name and the name of the school. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello.
Uh,
I'm Gomela Zanele and I'm from Soshanguve High School. So I wanted to know, what did you want to achieve when you invited us here?
I can answer that.
All right, Masilo.
Okay. Today we call this CSIR Career Day, which is part of the National Science Week. So we are celebrating STEM careers, which is why we invited you because you are at high school. For those in grade 9, we try to inform them or to help them take informed decisions when they go to grade 10. But for those who Hello? Yeah, those in grade 11, we are preparing them for grade 12 to say, these are the careers that you can choose from if you want to become this type of a person. So we are here to teach you. That's it.
Could I add on that? Now you guys know how cool CSIR is. I told you, CSIR is? Let's do it again. CSIR is? Because we're transforming lives through innovations, right?
Okay, I'm Atlahan from Twaing Secondary School. So my question is specifically towards the transportation. By the rate in which South Africa's transportation progress, do you think magnetic levitation will ever be considered anytime soon?
The researchers for smart mobility, they'll be back and then they'll respond to your question. Thank you for that.
Yeah. So.
Hi. I'm good. How are you guys? Okay, my name is Tulu Fellow. I just wanted to know why doesn't CSIR have astronomy?
That's a good question.
Yeah, I know that previously there was a unit. It was when the CSRS units. It was called Satellite Application Center. Those were the people who were dealing with astronomy. They are now called SANSA. It's South African National Space Agency. So what happens at the CSIR is some of the divisions, they grow to a point that they can stand alone. So it's not like we don't have. Yes. Yeah, we start you from low, then up until you can stand on your own.
Hi, I'm representing World School Stats President CSIR. I wanted to ask, throughout everything that we've seen that CSIR looks more into going green. So I wanted to ask, the same way that we use solar geysers, isn't there like a way in which we can like use solar energy to be converted into electricity instead of using coal, which we are using up because it's non-renewable? Thank you.
And that's the kind of question that I will pose right back at you, because you, with that type of question, will bring that solution. It's very transformative. You deserve a cap.
Yes, I gave her.
Hi. I'm Ola. I'm representing UCT Online High School. And I wanted to ask, as we were going around, I realized that, okay, it's something I'd realized before, but a lot of the times people would, some of the people at the exhibits would be like, no, girls, please, you guys need to join these fields because it's very male-dominated. What steps is the CSIR doing or taking to get young women into science, into STEM, and starting them young, that way they form that passion at such an early age?
Any takers?
Sorry.
Any takers?
Repeat. I'm not sure if I got the question right. Can you just finish the female or sister thing?
Okay, so science is a very male-dominated industry, and a lot of the times women don't necessarily go into into science. So what steps are is the CSIR taking in order to get more women into science, into STEM, and into these roles to make it less of a male-dominated industry?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, thanks for the question. At the CSIR, I think now we have almost above 40% females, young females, and not only into just specific careers, all over the CSIR. So we try by all means to ensure that there is equality and women do the best that they can. So we have women in mining, we have women in defense, so we have them all over the show. So we try to uplift women just the same as we did with men. Thank you.
And just to add on that, special occasions like this is where we also pull the seeds. This is where we're planting these seeds in you as women, as young ladies, to be excited about science, to know that it is not a male-dominated field. Nothing is a male-dominated field. Every single one of us can achieve anything that we want to. So take this day as important as any other day that is leading towards what you see yourself in.
Hi, I'm from Meridian, and my name is Kitumeti. I'd like to ask if CSIR, does it offer bursaries for none other than people who do physics? Does it offer bursaries like for accounting, geography, stuff like that?
Yeah, I will answer again. Geography is part of the science. We have a lot of careers within that. Yeah. But to answer to the accounting part, we look at what we call scarce skills. So annually, there will be part of the support careers, like maybe let's say we want someone who has done accounting or so, then we will fund. Last year there was, I think, law, because remember the CSIR, it's not only SET, it's not only science. There are people who are in support who do other work. So if we need someone with a certain skill, then we also fund them to go to varsity and come back and work at the CSIR. Yeah.
And just to encourage those learners that are not necessarily thinking of taking maths, pure maths, because I know some of the teachers did come to me and did alert me that not every single student here that's seated is actually doing pure maths. Listen, no door is locked for you. Every single presenter that was here based on invite to come and motivate you. This does not mean that you need to do exactly what they did. I studied communications. I'm busy with my master's. I did not do pure maths. So there's a lot of things that you can do within the CSIR. Ask the questions. Not everything is about what you understand, but to get clarity, ask the questions.
Hello, my name is Nabi and I'm representing SG van der Merwe Technical High School, and my question today is that does CSIR offer funding for companies or startups that teenagers like us have, and we need funding from companies like CSIR which are in the STEM field. So I wanted to know if I had an idea and I wanted to propose it to the CSIR, would they offer funding to help me in my endeavor?
Can I give you a task that will get you to the answer?
Yes.
Please visit our website. I'm serious. As a communications practitioner, we inform. So please visit the website and start following us. It will really help you.
Hello everyone, my name is Lisedi and I'm representing Prosperity Secondary School. I wanted to ask, today was very fun and I learned something very interesting.
before I came here, I told myself I'll maybe do medicine or pharmacy. So as I learned different types of, what is this? Careers. Sorry guys, I'm so nervous. So like, I asked myself, okay, this is very interesting, but there's only this one question. Are there enough job opportunities for these type of careers? Because obviously we as the youth are scared to take careers that won't get us a quick job after our course for, let's say, mobility or anything. So obviously we are like, okay, I'll do medicine because it's a very quick course that will get me a job. And so we are very scared to take something that will be a long process to get where we want to be.
Yeah, to answer to that, let's give Ntate Monato to give you a very good answer.
So every single question that you want to know regarding human capital management, Ntate Monato Mokoko is making his way to enlighten you guys.
Thank you, Obake. Dumelang Babotle, good afternoon. How are you all? Come on guys, how are you? I thought I have a better personality. Are you not epic? Come on guys, I know it's late. Or you want to stand up? Because I'll make you stand up before I answer. Okay, but coming back to the question, thank you for a good question. Do we have opportunities? And I wanted to add also to a question that was asked before. What is CSIR doing to make sure that we improve the representativity of women, especially in careers that involve science? I stand before you, I'm the Human Capital Manager for CSIR, and we have a lot of projects, and we are engaging schools like yourselves, where we are encouraging and we are offering bursaries for young women to pursue careers that follows maths and science. So if you do maths and science, and you like what you've seen today in terms of what you are offering, CSIR will give you a job. As long as you can study, you can pass, get a qualification. And then one thing that we ask of you is that we want you to make a difference in people's life. We want you to think of that career that touches people's life and therefore change South Africa for the better. So with that question, I hope you are answered. We have so much opportunities. All we want is the right skills. We want people who love maths and science and who can study further so that they can make a difference in people's lives. Thank you.
Thanks. There is a hand there. Did you still have milk?
Hi everyone, my name is Lisedi Surasing and I'm representing Ritumet High School. Well, I'm mostly interested in mining industry. What are careers within the mining industry and what are the requirements?
Thank you, Lisedi Squared, and hi to you. Say hi back. Hi.
Hi.
I mean, I'm being at the level. I'm leveling up now. Lisedi, yes, CSIR, we are the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. And by that name, we work in all industries across South Africa. But what do? We do research, development, and innovation. Yeah. So let's come to mining. The mines do mine and they take the outputs out of the world. And what is our role as CSIR? We look at their needs in terms of safety, productivity, efficiency from a research point of view. Ne? So you can be an engineer but come and work for us and say, how do mines understand how do they drill that rock? And you'll do that research and be able to answer that question and then help the mines so that they can get down. You know the longest mine, and it's because I've worked for a mine before I came here. The longest mine in South Africa is somewhere, South 32, somewhere in the deep. And it's about 132 kilos. And the more it becomes deep, the question becomes, how do we take, especially if it's a gold mine, how do we take the ore out? Now someone asked a good question about magnetic levitation, maglev. And it's a technology that the world is looking at. So in future we are saying, what type of trains are going to go underground? So someone could start saying, oh, this technology is there because China is good at it, France is doing the fast trains. Our whole train, which is done by Bombardier, is also part of that technology. And they could say, how do we apply it in the mining? And you could be that person if you decide to come and join us in the future. How about that? Thank you.
Are you guys sure you just want gifts or really have more questions?
Yeah, but ask him.
Hi, my name is Leah Mashaba and I'm representing North Riding Secondary School. My question is, has CSIR looked into using trash for anything? Because soil has been trash has been contaminating our soil.
Do you want to come in? Threshold. That waste.
Yeah, thank you so much. As I indicated, we do research in all areas, and the research that we do is about making people's lives better. So we have environmental labs that looks at quality of water, that looks at waste and any aspect that could be a problem. So we do. The only thing is we have to identify where the problem is. Then we need to meet up with the partners who work in that environment to say what needs to be solutioned in terms of research. Then we put a research in place and then we come with solution. So a lot of the solutions we've done actually, I mean, CSIR is 76 years old. Therefore, you can start asking yourself, what have they been doing in the 76 years? And it's part of those things. I mean, the basic needs of South African economy have been addressed in terms of how do we keep our water clean? How do we look after the environment? What can we do in those spaces? But if there are opportunities, we'll always go back because also technology improves over time. Thank you so much.
Can we take more or we done? Yeah, sorry guys, we cannot fight about that because some of the schools have to go as far as Limpopo and also Monato is to do the closing. So we cannot answer to all questions, but your educators can send us the questions, then we will respond. They have our contacts. Thank you.
Let's give him a round of applause.
So thank you, my most epic people. Can you hear me? Yes. Are you still engaged? Are you happy to be here? Yes. Okay, fantastic. I'm just preparing myself. But as I do this, I want to make you laugh. You see, I have kids your age, and this morning I was waking up, and you know when people say, yo, we have visitors at CSIR, it's National Science Week. And then you say, yo, I'm going to take it to the 99s. You know, wear a suit, wear a tie and all that. But I thought, so I want to watch you in your eyes, and that's why I'm this way. And this is the type of organization we work for. So having said that, thank you again, Overcame, for really handling the day ably and commendably. And I could see our visitors are very engaged, especially in the engagement. So, as you might have heard, my name is Monato Mokoko. I'm the Human Capital Group Manager, so I look at everything human capital at the CSIR. So we look at how do we look at developing young people, how do we offer bursaries, how do we look after our employees, and anything that pertains to jobs. But I don't have answers for everything, but I will listen. So having said that, colleagues, and here I'm talking to our learners, our facilitators from different schools, the committee and task team that organized for today. Thank you again for this opportunity, and more ably, our program director, Obaking. And I want to say at this moment, to the CSIR leadership, South African Agency for Science and Technology and Advancement, the school governing bodies who've had our call for the National Science Week and allowed the learners to come here, the principals and teachers, the colleagues and distinguished guests, our school learners who are the most important visitor today. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being an integral part of today's proceeding, and we really value you. I want to believe at this stage, all of you have received our little token of appreciation in a form of a bag, and it's come from a deep heart. Thank you. So, we are happy to have a very successful event, and I'm so happy in my spirit just to see learners imbuing us with their presence today. So thanks to you. But I would be remiss if I also do not acknowledge our gratitude to the schools that have made it possible and offered the time, the most important time for the learners, to make them available for today's proceedings. So to the schools, thank you so much for allowing your learners to be with us today. And this is extended also to the Department of Basic Education and associated circuits, who have also allowed us to really have an opportunity to meet with small, bright minds today. I mean, your questions were just bowling me out of my seat. I was saying it's so nice to be a young learner. So thank you. But importantly, I hope the big takeout that our learners take today is they have learned about what is possible in the world of science. Is that okay? So, having said that, I want to also go into the CSIR and extend a big thank you to our researchers who have provided so much value to our learners this morning and interacted the whole day. And everyone who's available, including people who have manned our exhibitions, our demonstrators, and all the presentations that have been shared today. I must also mention our deep sense of appreciation to the South African Agency for Science and Technology Advancement for the grant funding to make the event that it was, because they had to sponsor us so that we can get you here. So we thank them so much on your behalf. We also would like to thank our CSIR strategic communication team, firstly for putting a program for the National Science Week to make sure that this event and everyone else participate and contribute to the success that we see before us. This includes the human capital team that has supported the initiatives, especially ensuring that we have these learners in our presence today. I want to also extend a big thank you to one person who was working behind the scene, but also making sure that the event is successful. And Masilo, I'm just mentioning you with a name, because Masilo has not only just facilitated the engagement today, but he was instrumental as our events practitioner in conceptualizing what today would look like. He was the one who went out and mobilized the schools and the department and partners to take on this clarion call for the Career Day 2022. And he also consolidated and invited the researchers to come and collaborate with us so that we can make this event successful. So to Masilo, thank you for the remarkable work, and also today just taking your shirt off and become a child, or allowing the inner child in you to lead with passion today. So thank you for that. So in coming to closing, I just want to say, when we look at today and we reflect, there could not be a more important event to showcase the number of different careers in science and technology that are available than what we had today. And we hope we will be able to continue to give you these opportunities in the future. So, saying that, I want to remind you young people, today was about yourself. And does anyone know why is it about yourself? Do you know why today was about yourself? It's because you are the future. Can someone give the young lady? Let's give her a hand. So that is important because I don't want to give you a speech. I'm talking to you young people. You know, the questions that you've asked, it's a light that has been ignited in you. You know 2 things more than what you knew yesterday. Now, what do you need to do when you leave here? Let's build on this. What do we do when we leave here? We focus. We put a plan. We identify where we want to go. And we say, no maganjani, we are going to make it. Okay? And this is my word of encouragement and motivation to you. Because if you've been in this place today and you've seen what potential there is, if you don't make it, you have yourself to blame. Ne? Can you blame someone? Not really. You've seen it for yourself. So, having said that, this is our simple way of saying, let's unlock your potential. Let's help you with the future. And I hope you accept it in gratitude and you make it work. So, just in closing, as I have said in encouragement to you learners, I also want to hook you up because, you know, we are a hashtag generation. Ne? Who doesn't know a hashtag? We are a hashtag generation, isn't that? We are a chat community. And CSIR affords you that opportunity. So you would have seen, as you said today, you got a page and it talked about the STEMI, Flix and Chill. And I want to encourage you, we'll be having sessions between tomorrow and Friday to say, look at those times, make time because it's important, we'll be engaging you, and attend this session so that you can learn more. And tomorrow and Friday sessions are not the end of it. We look forward to continue engaging you because you can tell us what is it that you need to succeed. So use that opportunity, and we'll take that opportunity to respond to you, but keep you engaged and work with you as you journey towards your future. Ne? Does it make sense? So having said that, the Friday episode will be made available to you data-free. So you don't have to have data, but you'll be able to log in. Just go and click that tab, and then it goes onto your phone, and then you connect, and then you are gone. Ne? And then also important, the careers that will be featured are some of the careers that we advertise for people to take. So it's not only about yourself. Some of you have cousins, relatives, friends, and all that. Go and spread the word to say there's a CSIR. It wants people like you who have maths and science, and there's opportunities for you, as long as you want to touch lives. Does it make sense? So, having said that, we will also host a panel discussion on the topic of cyberbullying, and I know it's a topic that's close to my heart, and it's something that's happening in our school landscape. Asker, at one stage, 1 out of 5 of you has experienced some sort of bullying. And we want to help you to understand what is it about it, how can you see the signs, and how do you protect yourself from it. So this will also be part of what we are providing in the next 2 days, and we want to encourage you to participate. So I've been long, and I'm coming to the conclusion. And in my conclusion, to all the teachers, to all the scientists, the researchers that have joined us today, that have made this day feasible for our young potential learners, I want to thank you so much for taking time out of your valuable day. And then, more importantly, learners, thank you so much for having spent the day with us, and we have enjoyed your company. You can see how excited. Actually, I can have another 4 days with you. Ne? But we will do it, don't worry. So, on this note, I know there's people who are traveling far in between, and unfortunately, because of time constraints, we are going to have to leave it here. But I say Godspeed, go with God, and may you have a wonderful afternoon. I think Obakeng will tell you what are the next steps, but thank you. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. Can we stand up? Let's give it power. Come, guys. Woo! Let's move. Make me a superstar, move! Yes, thank you. Obakeng, thank you. Thank you, my dear. Thank you. Okay. Back to you.
Thank you. So we've reached the end of our program, and I'm very sad because in you I gained friends. I've got now over 100 friends. Growing up. It has been a great day. Thank you so much for your participation. Thank you so much for being interactive, but most importantly, thank you for asking those questions. And may the questions not end here. Follow us. We are on Instagram, we are on Twitter, we are on Facebook. Follow us. We do trend. We bring the cool in science. Comms people. We bring the cool in science. Thank you so much for making time and coming. Thank you, my colleagues, for coming and for spending literally the whole day with us. It has been fun, and we're going to end it in the way we do it best. So I am going to say 3 things, and after I say one sentence, we're all going to say, epic! Are you ready? Do you guys want to stand? Because it's the last thing we're going to do. Oh, I know why you guys are doing this. It's because I didn't talk about the food. We have a connection. I feels you. All right, so after the very epic things that we will be saying, after the 3 sentences that I'll be saying, and you shout epic, you are going to swiftly stand in excitement and orderly, because we are ladies and gentlemen, right? And then we're going to proceed. There will be food bags that will be ready. All right, let's all stand. Let's stand. All right, and not so early. The food is going to wait for you. All right. In 3, 2, 1, CSIR is... And you are? And today was?